You smell something, Rabbit? Fear.
Tell us one thing that you wish men knew about women.
I wish men knew that women have 4 different personalities any given month because of the way that our cycles work, because you understand at different times of the month what your partner will need emotionally and also physically. And also you can take advantage of that because you know when she's going to be in the mood to have sex.
I didn't want a really nice guy when I was 24, right? And so I ended things. I went back on the scene. I mean, things worked out. I got married, got a baby. But relatively speaking, if things didn't work out, and I said to myself, you know what? I do want a nice guy. I do want someone who's stable. I do want someone who's loving. Now that I'm older, I'm more reflective. I know you don't believe in older, but
Right.
I'm older, I'm more reflective, right? I could say I've now changed my mind and I want to reconsider this. Now, whether or not he wants to give me a second chance, I would say he'd be dumb for doing so. But for me to go back, because I was the one who left, he was a good person. What I wanted has now changed.
Well, what if he wanted change too?
And now he don't want me?
Yeah.
I mean,
It don't be happening.
Honestly, even like my boyfriend now, like I tell him too, I was like, you honestly weren't my regular type. And he ended up being my soulmate in my eyes because I was into like douchebags before him. So it's like, I would not have given him a chance, but I was like, oh, he's nice, he's funny. And then I was like, oh shoot, like I just took a chance on a good guy, even though that wasn't my type before.
What,
you know?
what was your type before?
I'd say guys with like huge egos.
Oh,
yeah,
I
and
didn't
he's
know
a
that
very
ego
like
was gonna follow
humble
from
person.
that. Huge egos.
Yeah, like that was my type before him. Like always huge egos, like not good intentions, and then my boyfriend now is very like humble, amazing intentions.
Question for you. So how many of the jerks and boys did you have to go through before you gave him a shot?
Honestly, I'd say quite a lot. Like hookup culture toxic because
You gave
intentions.
question for you. So how many of the jerks and boys did you have to go through before? Or you gave him a shot?
Honestly, I'd say quite a lot. Like hookup culture toxic because it was toxic. It was so bad for my mental health. The guys were terrible, and it's refreshing not to have that anymore.
A rich guy who is bad in bed or a poor guy who is good in bed?
Good in bed.
So poor but good in bed. So money doesn't really matter as long as he can hit you very well in the...
So what?
Would you prefer a guy who is loyal but boring or a cheater but exciting?
I don't like boring people. I mean, I'm not with boring people, so I guess that I would take the second
So
option.
you take the cheater and exciting?
Yes.
In this case, we wanted to see if anyone would pick 5'3" Rob. When Andrea told us women like doctors, we gave him an MD. Their choice?
Andrew. I would say Matt, I think.
No Rob. We piled on some more assets. We said besides being a doctor, he was also a best-selling author and champion skier who just built his own ski house.
Does that affect your choices? He's still short.
Then we gave Rob a promotion. We made him chief of staff at a prestigious hospital.
Who would you pick, Kim?
Andrew's probably the closest to who I'd pick. I'd pick Matt.
Jeffrey, the pilot.
What would it take? Now we said Rob was also a gourmet cook who loves children.
Oh, definitely. I would take him in a minute then. Height, no problem.
I wouldn't, because I would think I don't want short little kids. I was thinking like...
Most thirstiest, simpest message that you've received in your DMs, Facebook, etc.
So I had a guy say to me, girl, you're a nurse. I need mouth to mouth. Come resuscitate me.
What about you?
I mean, I've had like, damn, I should have been your baby daddy. I don't want to say that.
What about you?
Hey, beautiful. You look so gorgeous, sweet, and beautiful lady. I'm interested in having you as my sugar baby. I'll be paying you $6,000 weekly allowance. I love you, and I know your friend Tiara. Hit me up.
You took that $6,000?
I'm good. Because, like, $6,000 ain't free.
The reason why I had y'all do that exercise was for truly one reason. So the woman can see, you ladies can see that you're not that special. Because the same thing a doing to Brandy is the same doing to Francis, same thing doing to Savannah, and the same thing is doing to Dana. The problem is with the simps when they do too much, because then it gives the woman an over sense of ego, and you could have a girl that's really like a 2, but she's thinking she's a 10, so she's disqualifying guys that she should actually be dating, but those other guys that she's getting attention from only want to hit. So she's 30 or 35, 40 now, and she can't get no serious relationship from men, and then she's talking about, oh, all men are crap. Well, all men aren't crap. You just disqualified all the other that really would take you seriously.
The man mentions that they've read the game. I'm like, loser.
Yeah.
Is that a book? Yeah, so the game is a book. I haven't read it, but I've had many men quote it to me, and it's about how best to manipulate and pick up women.
Shut the up.
The art of seduction.
The guy in the fluffy hat, that's the guy giving this advice?
Yes.
And men, I'm assuming, are paying to listen to this man talk about how to get...
Mm-hmm.
This is insane.
Things to come out of some of these platforms from some of these little bitch baby boys who have speaking platforms, probably the worst thing. And I'll smack any one of these motherfuckers. They're all a bunch of broads, literally. They think that single women with kids should suffer and not have a good man in their life. And they, for some reason, believe children should be left fatherless. What the fuck is the matter with these people? There's a few, go ahead and tag them in the comments. The lames that you know support this shit. So I make sure I go unfollow them, don't support them. And we all know that they're these lame types of broken little boys who probably got denied their whole life from women.
Technologies like virginity, body count, and even the dress code are all completely made up. They were made up by society, by a bunch of people a really, really long time ago to control the bodies of women and what they do. It is insidious, and it is a huge part of purity culture, which is rooted in shame. It's based on the idea that someone who has had no sex or little sex is somehow inherently better than someone who has had a lot of sex. It's a very systemic structure that not only shames women, but also promotes toxic masculinity, misogyny, patriarchy, and a lot of homophobia and transphobia. None of these ideologies actually empower someone to take care of themselves or to feel like a sexual being, which they deserve to feel like. Everyone should have the space to discover their own bodies, to make the choices that they need to about their own bodies without any sort of external society.
You guys, is the mic okay? Is the audio okay? Because I'm about to show one last one here that I really need everybody to pay attention to. Mic does not work in between pausing videos. Oh, doesn't it? It's weird. All right. Well, whatever. Okay. So if that's the case, then I won't talk over this next one because this is the one I wanted. The audio's good. Good. Okay. Because this one is an important one. In fact, let me just give you guys a build up here. I always start with videos that people send me now. Okay. Thanks. I got you, Sam. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, we're still dealing with audio issues here. I think Kyle and I are probably going to have to move over to like OBS Studios, or we're going to have to move to like Streamlabs or something like this because StreamYard is just not cooperating with everything that we need to do. So we're probably going to be moving over to a different software. I like StreamYard for like doing like remotes, and if you got other people like coming in from somewhere else, that's fine. But like for what we do here in the studio, it is just not working. So we're going to be moving over to OBS pretty soon. Just to give you the build up here now, whenever I start a show, as you guys know, I like to go through whatever you guys give me throughout the week. Usually they're Instagram videos. Sometimes they're on TikTok. Sometimes they're on Twitter, mostly off of Twitter. And so I collect the ones that I think are going to be relevant to the topic that I want to talk about on, the upcoming show. And I thank you guys for that. But I need you guys to pay particular attention to this one. Because this is going to sort of set the tone, I think, for the coming week. There's a lot of backdoor dealings going on right now with the government and the red pill and a lot of other things. And I kind of wanted to make people aware of this prior to us sort of launching into today's topic. I usually do announcements at this point, but I think this is a little bit more important than doing announcements. So what I want you guys to watch here is Jasmine Jafar and Farah. And I don't know the interviewer's name. I apologize, but I'm about to use this. Now this is I don't want to say an admission of guilt, but certainly maybe it was a mistake on her part, but I'll let you guys watch this and you guys can get an idea here.
Senior year, and I was like, fuck, I finally have to start applying for law school. And then like, female privilege, life is so easy for a woman. Obviously I lucked out. I'm just kidding. I lucked out. And then, TikTok was basically full time for me. I think I was taking ads by the time I graduated college from like the Biden administration and Planned Parenthood and like dating apps and stuff. So it was like fully financially, sustaining.
So you were getting, the Biden administration was buying ads from you?
Yeah, I was doing full on political propaganda.
And they would really with like what kind of like Biden created 10 million jobs this year?
Honestly. And the funny thing is they're like, do not disclose this is an ad because, they're like, technically it's not a product. So you don't have to disclose it's an ad. Because I think they just wanted like some edgy girl of color to just tell people, like when they nominated like Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're like, can you say like as a person of color, that you feel reflected? And it's like a white woman emailing this to me, and she's like giving me this script, and I'm like, no. And she's like, please. And I'm like, no, I'll like talk about the news of it, but I'm not gonna have a white person tell me to be like, this is how I feel as a person of color. Like it's just so, I think that black-pilled me slightly on like, political propaganda stuff.
So the Biden administration sees, here's this young,
yeah, I mean they use like a conduit. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not Biden, but it's like a third party. You know what I mean? It's like a media company that's doing it on his behalf. I'm not blaming him for this.
Yeah. And the message is like, because you're a dark-skinned woman, you will be inspired by Ketanji Brown Jackson and all the kids should support her.
Yeah, they're like basically as like another black person, just say that like you feel reflected by Ketanji. I'm like, no, I'll talk about like Ketanji's background and her accomplishments, but like I never, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna say like the corny stuff. Even if it was a brown person emailing it to me, I'm like, no, that's not like how I feel. Like I don't look at like Ketanji and feel like, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah.
Hi. Yeah, that's funny. Sam Vada's like, man, her glasses really covered up her nose. I have her glasses right here. I stole them. I figure you guys will take me more seriously if I look like Mia Khalifa. No, I'm kidding. I can't do this. I was gonna do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Sorry, my bad. Oh, geez. So why did I throw that one up there? Why did I throw that up there today? Simply because I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times on this show as well. There is a most definite thanks, Jim. A most definite connection between an organization called Progressive Victory And a lot of the usual suspects in, let's say, the Destiny sphere. And I'm going to show you a quick cap here. This is Destiny at a, I want to say it was like a canvassing rally or something that was going on for, Once Upon a Hill. There you go. It was an organization of influencers, and it's sponsored by I'm not sponsored by, I don't know, it might even be just paid wholesale by an organization called Progressive Victories. Progressive Victory is an organization. It's a political PAC, is what it was. It took me a long time to people kept asking me, "Are you sure this is a PAC?" And I had to look this up. It's run by an individual by the name of Sadia Khan, and essentially what these guys are doing is they're using influencers on TikTok, on YouTube, wherever else, to essentially sway votes and to pretty much trot out the party line. And here you have Farah and Jasmine Jafar essentially admitting as much on this interview here. So she mentions that it was an intermediary organization. I can only guess that it was Progressive Victory, simply because all the kids in this shot right here, including not so erudite, I'll just read it here. I'm so grateful. I'm so deeply grateful for the community we are continuing to cultivate and grow. I'm so blessed that so many of these streamers came out to support the omniliberal, that's Destiny, and Progressive Victory. Okay, Progressive Victory is a PAC. It's run by a guy named Sam Jasmala. He's been involved in the Obama administration. There's a interview I was just listening to. It's an audio interview where he gives some background. Essentially, this guy has been involved in PACs and has been involved in campaigning for the DNC for a very long time. And the reason I'm throwing this out here right now is that it's sort of escalating, and it kind of explains a lot of the shit that's been going on both this year, well, what's going to probably happen this year, and last year. So if you ever wondered why a lot of these children were coming after people like myself, Rich Cooper, I think Donovan Sharp, MLD was probably involved in all that, even Myron and Fresh, anybody who's involved in the Red Pill spaces, if it seems like there's been some sort of wholesale attack on these influencers, it's been at the behest of people involved with Progressive Victory. There is a new documentary, oddly enough, right after this interview, or after this clip from this interview, was released, I guess kind of like a small documentary on these influencers who are basically campaigning for the DNC. Well, now we find out, thank you, Farah, that not only are they campaigning, but they're being paid for them wholesale. So I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, well, if you ever wonder where these people's money come from, I could probably say, Farah's probably making money off of OnlyFans. Jasmine Jafar most definitely is making money off of OnlyFans. How does Destiny make money? How does what's that? I forget that chick's name. Something Knight. Rebecca. Is it Rebecca Knight? I can't remember. How does Not So Erudite make money? How do these children make money? And I would say that at least some portion of what they're earning right now is certainly being paid to them in the form of advertising and influencing people with propaganda given to them from Progressive Victory. So next time you hear Destiny, next time you hear Jasmine Jafar, next time you hear Not So Erudite, next time you listen to any of these children talking about anything, always put an asterisk by it, because it could very well be spoon-fed, or they could simply be the sock puppets of Progressive Victory. So from here on out, anytime you hear or read anything that's a tweet from them, understand the possibility exists that they're not actually genuinely, those aren't their words. They're the words that they were told and paid to mouth by the DNC and by Progressive Victory. Simple as that. Don't believe me? Got more for you. Here we go. This is Alicia. Alicia picked with Stephen Destiny Bonnell and Riley RGR Rosenhog. These are influencers. This, of course, was at another one of these I forget what she's. I think she's a politician in Minnesota of some sorts. So got that. Where's this? I wasn't even the one I wanted to look at here. Here it goes. The mission statement of the Progressive Victory: you are admitting working for them in a paid capacity, and I haven't heard Tiberius, whatever, deny being paid. Only confirm his participation at the event. This affiliation is a red letter against you as a self-proclaimed conservative. So anytime you're looking at people who are affiliated with these people, including Lawrence Southern, including anyone who claims to be a conservative involved in politics or whatever, everybody suddenly wants to pivot to politics right now. Understand where their bread is being buttered and follow the money and follow where it's going. Look up Sam Drusmal. I'm going to leave some, I'm going to put some links in the description after this show so you guys can get an idea of what's going on here. But essentially, the people who have been attacking the red pill for, say, the last 18 months, they're political operatives, essentially political operatives. So bear that in mind anytime you listen to these now, well, frauds coming at me, coming at anyone else, and understand what their real method or their real means are for. So there you go. Now, let me just counter a few other things here. A lot of people are going to say, well, the RNC does the same thing. They've been buying influencers as well. I highly doubt that. Honestly, I think that the RNC is a dinosaur political party. They are in the 20th century. They're still trying to run 20th century campaigns. If you want to know why something like Progressive Victory or but they're not the only ones, but any of these political action committees that are essentially buying and putting the words in the mouth of influencers, and you know how I feel about that term influencer, it's suspect. So just remember, put an asterisk by anything these guys say. So, well, they're not wrong, they're not right. I don't care. Are they taking money to tell you this? That you want to know the definition of a grifter? You want to know the definition of a charlatan? That's it. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I was going to say, yes, the RNC is still living in that. They're trying to run a 20th century campaign, and they think that all the rules that were going on back in the Bush administration are still active, and are still something to that's going to win them a campaign. It is not. Okay, so keep that in mind. I'm going to follow up on this a little bit more now. I will give you guys a heads up, and hopefully I can give Mike Sartain a shout out here. Mike Sartain did an interview with Jasmine Jafar and Farah last week, and I said, hey, just ask these questions and see what they have to say. Now, according to Mike, and probably once you see the video, I think he's going to release it on like Tuesday, I believe. But if you watch Mike, go over. If you haven't subscribed to Mike Sartain's channel, why not? I think he's almost at 100,000 if he's not already over 100,000 now. And bravo, congratulations, Mike. But he did an interview with them, and one of the questions I put to him to ask the girls is, when Farah mentioned this agency that was paying her to put words in her mouth, what was the name of the agency? And she literally said, I plead the fifth. Now, my guess is, yeah, you like that? My guess is that the agency is Progressive Victory, because you can say, I was going to say, let me see if I can zoom in on this on the thing. But if you look at these shots, the chick there in the red beanie, that's Jasmine Jafar, and the chick that's right next to her on her left, that's Not So Erudite. And then back behind them, of course, you can see Steve Bonnell, Destiny, and you can see the rest of these guys that are. I forget that guy with the long hair's name. I used to know that dude. Anyways, and then Pixie is at the very far right of this. So again, Pixie, Not So Erudite, Jasmine Jafar, Farah apparently as well, by her own admission, all working for Progressive Victory. So if you have now, this is not a political show. I don't pretend to be one. I will never pivot. There's no way Rollo Tomassi is ever going to be able to pivot away from the red pill. Okay, I am the red pill. So I'm not red pill adjacent. I'm not. I am what I am. Right. But when it comes to politics, I leave that to the professionals. I leave that to people who have a better opinion and better understanding of that. Like, I think Mike Sartain is probably brilliant when it comes to geopolitics. And if he started doing a new show about that, I would definitely give him I would lend him some kind of legitimacy, because I think he knows what the hell he's talking about. He's been in the military and everything else. But I don't really get into politics unless it crosses over into intersexual dynamics. But I do have to point this out, because a lot of the people who have been coming and been very highly critical of the red pill, well, lo and behold, it comes to light that these guys have been paid by a political action committee. So there you go. Take that however you want to take that. But I will tell you right now, if you want a definition of a charlatan, that's the definition right there. They're on the take. They're shills. I should say that's the definition of a shill. I got. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So there you go. I think I'll pull this out of there right now too. So, okay. What do you got here? Let's throw this up. After learning Red Pill and reading the first book, you can finally make sense of all the pot stirring BS top layer pop culture, entertainment, and media that are themed about relationships and sex. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you can see that. A lot of guys will end up, a lot of guys tell me that I ruined like 80s pop music for them, or like, you know, power ballads and shit like that for them. And I can understand that. I can understand that. You want mine? What do you want? Tori, what are you doing in there? Tori still has a wrench. Look, see, you guys better behave. Torcia's in the chat now. All right. I got, let's see, what else do I have? In other news, let's see. I've got, anybody remember Sadia Khan? I've been very hypercritical of Sadia. I think what happens when people throw me videos of Sadia Khan, they say, oh, look, she's a psychologist. That's in question. There are whole Reddit threads that are dedicated to whether or not Sadia is legitimately the psychologist she claims to be, if she even has her own private practice or whatever else. But when she gets pressed on stuff like that, she tends to send back messages like this. This was from an Instagram guy, Instagram user who was sending me this stuff saying he was having this back and forth with Sadia. And these were his responses. And I'll let you guys read those for yourself right there. So when she gets pressed on things, she turned like, what's funny to me is whenever you press somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, they usually revert to whatever their type is, right? They usually revert to being emotional. It's like, who hurt you? Or even Wes Watson, you know, he kind of lost his shit on Andrew Wilson a couple weeks ago. And it kind of devolves into this middle school shit. And this is another screen cap. This is actually her, Sadia Psychology, just so you guys know, that's her actual account. And this was the actual exchange between them. She's like, I have no degree in psychology, and I fucking made you angry and emotional and crazy. I guess I must get all your degrees and put my name on them. Now you fall from my eyes, zero attraction towards you. Okay. You revealed your true color. You are a fake guru who is deeply insecure from the inside. I guess this is the guy. Wear a hijab, you fake Muslima traditional woman. You are self-secured and confident. You will cover up and only need looks from attention from it. Okay, so this is what happens when a I guess a devout Muslim guy gets pissed off at a fake, I guess Muslim. Is she Muslim? I think so. I think she's out of Dubai. She was anyways. Myron was telling me that like she was trying to have some sort of engagement with him and he just kind of blew her off. But there you go. That's that arrived in my inbox not too long ago. And last but not least, this is going to probably, and I'm going to see if I can do a dedicated show with Aaron Clary on this sometime during this week, maybe a midweek show. We're going to talk about this, but a new report has come out. This is from an organization, another non-government, an NGO called Diverting Hate. Now, if that sounds familiar to you, I mentioned this back, I think it was in December of last year, because there was a plan that was in place, courtesy of a group called Diverting Hate. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but I made mention of it. And it is an organization that is part of the McCain Institute that is out of ASU, or Arizona State University. And it is an organization that is funded by the Department of Homeland Security. Now, I mentioned this I think it was last December, and you know, it was a good joke at the time. Now it's not so much a joke, because at the end of March, they released a report on what they had done. Now, apparently, they have put me on some sort of watch list. They put Aaron Clary on a watch list, and maybe they don't know that we actually live in Las Vegas together. So I'm going to see if I can get Aaron Clary to come in and talk about this. He just put out a YouTube video on it. He's got a really great write-up on his blog if you would prefer to read it, but you can have it read to you on his YouTube channel, and sort of his response to all of this. Now, what's happening here is not only do we have progressive victory coming at red pill creators, we also have these NGOs that are trying to get us put on terrorist watch lists. Now, me personally, I don't know, but they do want to put incels and designate incels as a terrorist organization, a homegrown terrorist organization in the United States. That's what they would like you to believe incels are. The fraction of 1% of the population as identifying incels. Now, the reason they're doing this is because they have to justify what was a $700,000 investment or a grant money to diverting hate through the McCain Institute at Arizona State University here in the United States. All of this is taxpayer money, by the way. So again, I hate to go political on you, but I kind of have to here because this is affecting the red pill. So what do? Well, they've got to describe the problem first. So we're going to describe the problem here. This was me from the report here. This was their description of me in the most latest report, right? Rollo Tomassi, known as the rational male, is a white man in his 50s, 56, thank you very much, who resides in Nevada with his wife. Las Vegas, be specific, people. His content primarily features him seated and discussing various topics related to the Manosphere. Okay, they're accurate. A prominent advocate of the red pill ideology. Well, the fact that you're even calling it an ideology in the beginning here, it leads me to believe you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because I don't even, you know how that bothers me. Okay, Tomassi distinguishes himself by opposing tradcon influencers and extensively delving into the concept of hypergamy. Okay. Tomassi's videos often critique and scrutinize figures within the same community. Notable instances include criticisms of individuals like Jordan Peterson, yes, Matt Walsh, yes. Apart from his online presence, Tomassi has authored several books from his online presence. Tomassi's authored several books on intersexual relationships, solidifying his... It's almost as if they had AI writing this. Like if you say, copy AI, write me a description or a profile of Rollo Tomassi, this is probably what you would get. Okay. The Realms of the Manosphere. His first blog began in 2011, and he released his first book in 2013. I would figure that copy AI would get that. His content, which heavily emphasizes red pill ideology and hypergamy, you wouldn't even, if that was the case, you wouldn't be using the term ideology, has garnered significant popularity. Despite his high standing in these aspects, his channel's score is tempered by a low ranking in female dishonesty. By who? Who's doing this ranking? Due to the perceived lack of discussion on his particular subject. What the fuck is that? Like, what English are you using? Like an 8th grade English level doesn't even write this bad. Okay. In terms of subscribers, Rollo Tomassi experienced a modest growth on his channel in November of 2023 and had 218,000 subscribers. Yes, because I've been doing this with Pat Campbell since 2018. It's not significant, okay? I've been doing this a long ass time. You know how long it took me to get to 100,000 subs? I got to I was on Fresh and Fit when I did. It was March of 2021 as I finally got to 100,000 subs. So from 2018, thereabouts, 2018 to March of 2021, that's how long it took me to get 100,000 subs, because I don't buy subs. I don't buy followers. I don't buy likes. I don't do this because I'm a fucking YouTuber. I do this because I think it's necessary. I want to have the conversations. And yes, is it a good advertising for my book? Yes, it is. Because I'm an author and I like engagement, because that gives me ideas to write another book. Thank you. So my modest growth up to 218,000 subscribers. And by March 2024, this number had increased to 221,000. I'm at 222 right now. This consistent following suggests sustained interest in his expertise on red pill philosophy and intersexual dynamics within the Manosphere. This is precisely what I would expect an AI bot to describe me. Now, I wish I didn't call it up, but if you go and there's another profile that is on Aaron Clary. When I get Aaron in here, we'll go through this in a bit more detail. But the fact is that I'm on this list, and I'm going to show you this list. I got a ranking here, and I got to put the ranking up now. Let me see if I can superimpose this for you. This is my ranking. I almost feel like I won an award, except for this is actually serious. So this was from the report here. Sandman's at the top of the freaking list there. Sandman, to my knowledge, Sandman doesn't show his face on any of his videos, right? So they look at this and they say, so this, by the way, is their report, or this is what they're doing is they're trying to prove work here. So the Diverting Hate organization has done this. Let me get serious here real quick. Diverting Hate does this, is they will, through Twitter and through YouTube, they have basically throttled my subscribership, which is kind of stupid, because if you know anything about the algorithm, like I'm sure YouTube won't care whether or not I get more subscribers or I don't. They only care about individual videos, right? They only care. There's only three things that the YouTube algorithm really cares about. That's impressions, click-through rate, and audience retention. Those are the only those are the three most important things that the algorithm cares about. Okay. It doesn't care about subs. It doesn't care about likes. It doesn't care about comments. I'm happy. Thank you for commenting. Please do, because that's actually, I like that engagement, right? But likes, comments, subscriberships, those are what's known as vanity metrics. And if the young children that work at, or that are putting together this Divert Hate NGO, knew anything about the algorithm, they would be looking at views. They would be looking at individual videos. They would not be looking at individual channels. They would be looking at those videos. So when they are throttling back and redirecting my traffic to, let's see, I'll call this up here in a second, but they have been redirecting my traffic to two places. One is Justin Baldini, or Baldoni, whatever that guy's, we are man enough. That's the positive masculinity message that they think is healthy, and that if they redirect traffic there, that all the people who are searching me out, because there's so many people searching me out, right, that they'll get that instead. In fact, what they've done is they've taken taxpayer dollars to buy ad space on this channel. So if you're watching the replay of this and you see a commercial here and it redirects you to We Are Man Enough or Justin Baldini's channel, you'll know why. That's a direct result of their intervention between Divert Hate and a cooperation with YouTube, which, by the way, is a civil rights offense right there. So if anybody wants to pick up a case here, I'm sure this is an infringement of my First Amendment rights. Okay. Now, is it on YouTube? Sure it is. But this isn't YouTube. This is a non-governmental organization that is directly fucking with my right to say what I want to say. Simple as that. So now we've got Divert Hate. We've got YouTube involved. And by the way, YouTube's not the only culprit. Twitter is also, Elon Musk is also involved in this too. Because if you read the report, which we will in the midweek show, you'll see exactly what the mechanics are behind this. But essentially what they're doing is, the reason why they call it Divert Hate is because they're trying to divert my traffic to Justin Baldini or Baldoni and We Are Man Enough. Man bun. I've talked about Baldoni or whatever his name is in a few times. You want to talk about like boomer masculinity? You want to talk about like hippy dippy, Brazilian power crystals and sunning your bunghole? That's this dude. Okay. And they're also sending my traffic off to what is it, the Good Man Project, which is a name I haven't heard in a long time. But if you look up a video and it's called Dear Woman, that's the Good Man Project. So they're diverting my traffic to those approved masculinity sites, because they are the only arbiters to let you know what misogyny is, what being a masculine supremacist is. They're the only arbiters of this, and the DHS is funding this with your tax dollars to the tune of $700,000 to basically throttle my traffic, throttle Aaron Clary's traffic. They would have throttled Fresh and Fit's traffic, but they were already demonetized, which is an interesting twist and plot twist in all of this, because if Myron and Fresh were monetized, would they then be a target of Divert Hate? Because that says to me that they only care about taking money away from myself, taking money away from Fresh and Fit, taking money, and Pearl was on the list as well, taking money from these big creators. Pearl's demonetized. They didn't go after her. Fresh and Fit were demonetized by the time they initiated this program. I was not. And so, yes, I have most definitely seen a decline, or actually I should say a flat line in my subscribership on this channel. How do I know that? Because I also have the Access Vegas channel, and I also have I have my Clips channel as well, which are still, people are still subscribing to. The Access Vegas channel went from, I mean, we've had it for about a year now, but it jumped from about 4,000 to about 7,000 in the last, like, I don't know, 4 months or so, which is just, it's just a modest incline. We only do it once a week, so I can understand. But again, the subscribership isn't that big a deal, but it is how it's their metric. It's how they're measuring this, because what they're trying to do is say, look, it's working. What we're doing is working. We're limiting these guys' exposure. We're diverting their traffic. We're diverting their message. We're diverting it somewhere else. And look, here it is. It's in the numbers. I'm going to show you those numbers right now. I had them just up here a second ago. So if you look at Sandman's numbers here, and you look at, by the way, MTR is on there as well. Legion of Men, I don't know who that is. Then oh gosh, how did I get, what am I at, the fourth here? I'm only fourth place. My male supremacy scaled metric, whatever the fuck that means, is an 89 score, which means I'm 1 point above Fresh and Fit Clips, because I guess Fresh and Fit Clips were still monetized when they initiated this stuff. I don't think they are anymore. Maybe they are. Rich Cooper, beat ya. I got one above Rich there, okay? Rich's subscriber count, if you look at his subscriber count, he's at 9 when they started in November of 2023. He was at 975,000. Now he's at over 1 million. And that was an increase of only 3.6% or 3.67%. Okay. Now remember, this is a 6-month period, because this report came out in March. Now, how did I get a hold of this report? I got a hold of it through my good friend Bex, and I'll explain to you who she is here in a bit. But you had to go digging for this. And the moment we made this public, they took it down and they killed the Divert Hate Twitter account is gone. And everyone associated with this decided that they were going to basically delete their accounts. So you tell me what the fuck is going on. Just Pearly Things. Now they put asterisks by Fresh and Fit, Sandman, and Pearly Things. They did that because those asterisks imply or show that they were monetized. They're no longer monetized when they started. So Pearly Things was at 1.8. Now she's at 1.9. They think this is a victory. Like, it's only 8.1%, right? Steph is Cold is on there. Aaron Clary, that's the one I wanted to get to. Sorry, Aaron, I beat you. Aaron Clary's only got a 75 rating on his male supremacy scaled metric. Again, unclear what the fuck that means. Okay. His sub count was 110, and he only got an extra 10. Actually, he had a better growth than I did during this time. And then 21 Studios, why they're even on this list anymore is beyond me, because they've been defunct for quite some time. But there you have it. So pertaining to my channel, if you look at this, I was at 218 in November, and now as of March, when they released this report, I'm at 221. I only increased 1.38% because they were redirecting my traffic. Now, the other thing is I only do these, every single one of these guys does way more videos than I do. I do this show. I do regularly. I only do one show a week. This show for anywhere between 3 and 5. Okay, let me stop lying. 4 or 5 hours. And that's it. And then my Clips channel. And then I've got Access Vegas. That's all I'm doing. So my growth isn't going to ever be isn't going to be comparable to, like, even Aaron Clary's, right? Aaron Clary had made a good 10,000 more. So they look at those percentages, and those percentages right here, if you have a look at this shit, there you go. If you look at the percentages right here, mine's only at 1.38%. This, by the way, the increase in percentage right here at the very right column there, that's what they're trying to sell the Department of Homeland Security. Look, it's working. We did something. And when you work for an NGO, that's all you really got. You have to make work. You have to prove that you've done something with the $700,000 that the taxpayers gave you through the DHS, through the McCain Institute, and into Divert Hate, which is an NGO. So when we make up our own rules and we decide I don't even know what a male supremacy index fucking is. Who is doing the fact checks on these people? Who is checking the checkers? Who is behind all this fucking shit? We're gonna find that out in the midweek show with me and Aaron Clary. But that's the short version of what's been going on with us. What's this last one here? Okay, I had to throw this one up here. In February 2024, we ran a diversion campaigns for two of our partners, Man Enough and Man Therapy, across 9 channels: The Real MTR, The Rational Male, Rich Cooper, Clips, his Clips channel, Entrepreneurs in Cars, and Unplugged Alpha, Steph is Cold, Aaron Clary, Captain Capitalism, and you can see the rest here. Okay, 21 Studios. Due to the demonetization of Sandman, Legion of Men, Fresh and Fit Clips, and Just Pearly Things, we were not able to run diversion campaigns. So essentially what they're saying is they could give two flying fucks about where the diversion goes. They only want to attack monetized channels. So it's not about some concern about misogyny. It's not some concern about some male supremacy index metric, whatever the fuck that means. They're not concerned about that. They're concerned about taking away your fucking bread. That's what they're concerned about. And this is, again, any civil rights attorney that wants to contact me and help me out with this, I am more than happy to sign my name on whatever you want to fucking do, man. We set out to answer the question, how does the effectiveness of diversion campaigns vary among audiences with differing levels of belief in male supremacy? Never once on this show have I said male supremacy. Never once have I advocated men are better than women. If anything, I've said, look, equality is a false god, yes, but I have also said that when I've been critical when people say, well, men are better than women, right? Generally and speaking, they're better than women. I say, look, depending on what the challenge is, men have strengths and women have strengths, and men have weaknesses and women have weaknesses. I've said from day fucking one, we are better together than we are apart. Men and women are innate complements to one another. So pardon me if this shit goes up my fucking neck when some 14-year-old, 15-year-old kid at fucking, let's say 21-year-old kid at fucking ASU has decided that I'm in some way involved in male fucking supremacy. Go fuck yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. And I can obviously see that the descriptions that you're putting of each one of us has been done and been collated by some sort of AI program, some copy AI program. This is what they're selling back to the DHS. Look, it's working. This is what we're trying to prove. This is, by the way, this is from the report itself. Okay, our hypothesis is that diversion campaigns are more effective on channels with influencers who are less indoctrinated into male supremacy ideology. Anytime you guys at ASU or Divert Hate or any of you guys that are involved in this, and I know you watch this fucking channel, so any of you guys that are ASU, any of you guys at fucking Divert Hate, you want to come to Vegas, or hell, I'll fucking come down to Scottsdale. I'll go right up to your front fucking door. And we can discuss what you think is male supremacy, what you think is toxic masculinity. I will be happy to have that discussion with you about what I am and what I've done. And I will prove you 100% wrong. And so when people go, well, why does Rollo get a bug up his ass when people aren't accurate about this stuff? Why can't he just leave people like, morons like fucking Pearl alone? Why can't he just, this is why. Because what will happen is you will have the DHS come at you, and it's more important than that, because what happens is the DHS then takes this and says, these guys are radicalizing incels. These guys are the ones that are radicalizing the incel population, which of course gets back to our good friend Will Costello and our good friend fucking Alex from Date Psych and our good friend fucking Chris Williamson, who are involved in fucking these incel studies that the DHS then takes and says, well, it looks like incels are terrorists. And then what happens? Well, we need NGOs, watchdogs, to keep an eye on who's radicalizing these incel terrorists, these homegrown terrorists. Let's give $700,000 to Divert Hate. Let's see what else. Light Upon Light. Let's give it to what else? Moonshot. There's a half a dozen different NGOs that are making a good chunk of change off of the idea that you poor fucking schmucks who are like addicted to fucking OnlyFans girls, and you guys you incels are the boogeyman that they need to fucking get paid. That's why. Did we run out of battery on something, Kyle? Oh, we're good? Okay. I thought one of the cameras was going. Let's keep going here. Our hypothesis is that diversion campaigns, blah, blah, blah. Okay, our key metric is view through rate, whereby we measure to see which channels can achieve a higher view through rate. This rate is measured by how much of the audience exposed to an ad placement watches the ad beyond the 5-second skip ad prompt. This metric helps us understand some level of interest and engagement with our partners' content. Those partners, man enough, Justin Baldini, who I should fucking sue for lost wages for damages for this shit. And by the way, damages that were purchased on taxpayer dollars through the NGO. Okay. This metric helps us understand some level of interest and engagement from our partners' content. So basically, they have approved content, and they have not. And then there's my unapproved content, okay, or Aaron Clary's unapproved content. Additionally, we wanted to see if we could get any efficiencies in spend monitoring the cost per view across all channels. For channels where the cost was low, we can consider re-engagement campaigns and ideally advance our efforts with our limited campaign budgets, which is, of course, is why you're putting this report out, because you want more campaign budgets, more than $700,000. I don't know what that is, but apparently you need a bit more money, kids. While we are still in the middle of the analysis, we have top-level results that show promise in reaching the audience across the spectrum of male supremacy. Overall, all our ads had view rates higher than 50%. Significantly above industry averages that hover around 30%. Okay. You guys understand that you can pay like people in China to give you views, to click on those fucking things, that there are many different ways to fudge those fucking numbers. You probably understand that. Anybody who's savvy with the internet, anyone who's savvy with fucking social media, anybody who knows anything about like how the algorithm works with YouTube, I 100% guarantee you are probably already understand that it's very easy to buy subs, buy comments, buy views, buy click through rate. If you really wanted to do that, you could. You know who doesn't know that? The people at the Department of Homeland Security. Those guys don't know that. So they see a report like this and they go, "Oh, they're doing great things. Let's give them $1.5 million this year instead of 700,000." So that's basically what's going on, and I think it's kind of ironic that they still are their media buy rate is still compared against the subscriptions of this channel and the subscriptions of the other channels here as well. So if you think, oh, that Rollo Tomassi is paranoid and he's a conspiracy theorist, dude, here, black and white. Would you like more? Let's keep going. This is from Bex. She says, Diverting Hate used something called the male supremacy scale to give each of these creators an extremism score. This scoring system is the product of Peril, P-E-R-I-L, which you can read more about in the quoted tweet. Okay. The goal of the Diverting Hate campaign was to suppress the growth of targeted creators. The Diverting Hate notes they were unable to run the campaign on a few of their planned targets due to YouTube demonetization, which of course was Pearl and the boys. Later in the report, they claim that the demonetization doesn't slow the growth of large channels and use this to advocate for demonetizing creators when they are still small and unable to fight back. Now, I got this other one I wanted to show you guys just so you guys get an idea what I'm here for. Where'd that video? I don't think that's it. Oh, I was just going to, hold on. I got to share a screen here. I believe this is, oh, wait, no, it's still here. All right, I'll just run this up. Could go there. Could go there. Sorry, it was in my downloads. Here we go. This will give you a better idea.
Diverting Hate tool is a Twitter user experience design. In theory, this design would be informed by our robust database and network analysis to flag tweets and content that lead to misogynistic spheres, where extreme beliefs and violence are encouraged. The tool acts natively within the Twitter platform to hide violative tweets and divert users to other, healthier options, whether it be positive influencers, supportive community groups, or mental health resources. Currently, Twitter identifies and quarantines violative tweets. We feel that this is not the most effective approach to disrupting radicalization. We see an opportunity to provide relevant and healthy alternative paths for resiliency.
There you go. This young lady is the arbiter between what you get to see and what you don't get to see on Twitter when it comes to our content or red pill content or anything like that. That's the person that's in between, or at least people like that are what's between you and healthy content, or what they think is healthy content. You get to see what they get to see, what they want you to see. So if this is something that you guys want to like take up or you want to raise hell about, please do. But don't think for 1 second that there are not multiple people trying to tear down the red pill. This is how afraid they are. This is how terrified they are that anybody might say men and women are different. That anybody might say, hey, look, there's this thing called human nature, and that all that bullshit about, let's see, the blank slate. Yeah, that's kind of horseshit now. And social constructionism is also horseshit as well. And maybe we should have a discussion about this. They don't even want people to have the discussion. They don't want anybody to, like, when we go and like me and Mike do Access Vegas, we get criticized quite a bit for being too like soft on the girls, or we're not kicking them off quick enough, or we're suffering disrespect from them or something. Our goal on Access Vegas is to have a fucking constructive, at least in my case, is to have constructive conversations, right? We have never kicked anyone. Like girls might leave, but we've never kicked anyone off of the show. So when we have those conversations, essentially what's happening is you got Divert Hate and you've got these NGOs that would like you to believe that you're getting the, and by the way, this isn't just somebody coming in and saying, hey, we know you've seen this. Well, how about you go and look at this? They're not even telling you that there is some sort of redirect or some sort of diversion in there and saying, hey, well, you watch this. Why don't you watch this? It's not even there. It's just automatic. Oh, you clicked over here and you're going to look at Rollo. So you're going to look at the, what is it? Sadia Knights. He's from Kenya. You're looking at this, whoop, and you don't even know that the redirect is there. That's where it's going. All right, let me get to my, oops. Why do I not have my comments up here? All right. I'm going to have to read these because I would have to go back through all this shit, wouldn't I? Why am I not starring these things? All right, here we go. Thanks for grabbing these, Sammy. Let's see. Jay Raymond, rereading The Rational Male after my 7th year of marriage. During an argument, we ended up talking to a psychologist friend. He says, do you want to be with her or be right? Read Rollo's stuff, boys. Okay, thanks. Johnny D says, this teacher grape trend, which I will be getting into. I've got a whole, I've been waiting to collect more of these. I wanted to get 3 months of the teacher student sex scandals. Will you explain this behavior, all this behavior? I am. I'm just waiting for the right time to do this, just so you guys know. Also check out Chris Ann Hall for a constitutional attorney. Okay. Duly noted. I've read all 5 books and watched the show for the last 3 years. You've changed my life for the better. Thank you. Thank you also. Please divert hate. All these people whose lives have been improved and changed as a result of this. Oh, thank you. Hey, thank you, Wayne, very much. Such as Wayne. Thank you. Let's see. Putting men on a list for talking. This is Roy K. Putting men on a list for talking about men's issues is so ridiculous. Sounds like commie talk. Lift weights, do martial arts, eat steak, whatever leftists. Okay. And then last but not least, Dandelion says, Rollo, Jim Bob, aka Andrew Wilson, was not happy with you after you reacted to Andrew Wilson's versus Watson shit show. I don't know why that would be. Actually, I thought I buffed you out pretty well, Andrew. What's the problem? I don't know what the problem would be. Let's see. I think that's it. What the hell are the rest of these things? Okay, I got that. All right. What is this? Peril is their pet son. Take it serious. Yeah. Yeah. Let me, yeah, the NGOs need, well, you guys know what I'm going to say here. Like, if there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. And incels are an easy boogeyman to hate. It's it's like, oh, they're perma virgins. I've said this before. It's like we didn't used to call them incels back in the day. We called them like loser. That's what they were. And it rolls off the tongue, but oh, you're an incel. Ha ha. That's all it comes back down to. And I'll tell you the thing that gets me right now is now I'm also kind of embroiled in this back and forth between myself through Mike Sartain and Will Costello, who was essentially got his doctorate degree as a result of this incel, research that he's been doing. And again, shoddy research, provably shoddy research, and simply doesn't want to answer these questions. And by the way, uses a mediary to run interference. And yes, I'll say it one more time, to run interference between himself and any public that is in any way critical of this through Not So Erudite. And who is Not So Erudite? That is Kayla Turner, who, by the way, also an operative of Progressive Victory. There's your connection. So that's why I got into that one before. So you've got a Will Costello doing incel research about this time last year, and is being considered settled science. So I'm not saying it is settled science. I know that they don't even use the term settled science, but I'm using this as a euphemism because when you have Forbes quoting it, you've got Tim Pool quoting it, you've got your boy, your good friend fucking Chris Williamson broadcasting this shit, and you've got fucking Alex from Date Psych as your those two guys as your primary recruiters for the next incel research that comes out. And yet it is government funded by counter-terrorist organizations, and you're using Not So Erudite to run cover for you, who is also part of the Progressive Victory Group kids. I have to have, all I'm doing is connecting all those dots. Now I feel like I got a fucking, board of faces, and I got to like put a push pin in and run a thread up to somebody. Right. And it's like, no, it's that's where all this fucking web goes to. And now you've got Diverting Hate, who is directly fucking with my traffic, would be fucking with Pearl and Fresh and Fit, and would be fucking with, is fucking with Aaron Clary's content. Now there's a direct effect now, which is what I said back in fucking May, but nobody wanted to fucking listen then. I brought this up back in November and December. Nobody thought it had any fucking legs, or it's a non-issue, a big nothing burger. Now suddenly everybody's paying attention. So if you are a creator in this space, just know that just by calling yourself Red Pill, or wanting to do this material, or wanting to do some sort of like variation on a theme of Fresh and Fit or whatever else your show that you have planned, understand you are putting a target on your back by doing that. A target by the DHS, for fuck's sake, backed up by studies like the fucking incel research study, because it was that study that was instrumental in putting designating incels as homegrown terrorists. That's what it was. That's why why does Rollo have such a problem with all this? That's why I have a fucking problem with this. One more thing, getting back to this, if they really cared about like understanding like terrorism and understanding, if you want to do something good for society, why are they not doing research on female teachers who are essentially statutory rapists of their of your children at schools? Because I made this comparison not too long ago. I said, look, the amount of incel, homicidal killers, or like random, what is it? Not random shooters, like Elliot Rodgers. Elliot Rodgers, by the way, that whole incident is coming up on 10 years ago. It was May of 2014 when that went down. I remember because people came at me, and I should probably read it. I wrote a specific essay about that on the Rational Male. It's called The Severing. I'll go dig that up. I wrote specifically about Elliot Rodgers at that time. It was 10 years ago. That's how I've been doing this for a long fucking time. And I remember that time. But that's where they all want to go back to. Well, there's Elliot Rodgers, then there's Alec Manassian, and then there was this guy, I don't even remember, the guy who went and shot up some Thai massage parlor or something like. They can probably, I can count on the fingers of one hand how many of these incel radicalized terrorists, homegrown terrorists, that they want to say are the result of people like me, people like Aaron fucking Clary. Really? Are you fucking out of your Aaron fucking Clary? He's the last person on plane. He'd probably tell you to go fuck off and go lift weights or some shit like that. That's what he would go take a hike in the fucking Red Rock Mountains. That's what he would tell you to do. He's a fucking minimal. He has a course on fucking minimalism, and he's on the list. I'm almost offended at that. But get back to the point. The thing is like, if you're going to designate these guys, this very minute fraction of 1% of the population that actually identifies as fucking incels, as terrorists, as homegrown terrorists, and we've got people who are radicalizing them, like Rollo Tomassi, like Fresh and Fit, like fuck Pearl, right? They're radicalizing them. So guess what happens? As a result of your fucked up, shoddy ass research that was only done on incels.is forum, now the DHS says, oh, looks like they're terrorists. Now we need NGOs. We need NGOs to come here and be watchdogs for these guys. And they'll come up with fucking masculinity metrics or whatever, male supremacy metrics that we don't know anything about. Don't care. If there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. And it will affect you. That's how fucking serious this is. So if you've ever benefited from anything of that, I've got guys probably in the chat right now will say that Rollo saved my life, man. Like I had a plan to, self-delete, and then I didn't as a result, because I have a new way of thinking about things. And I'm happy for that. That to me, that's a success. That's a bigger success than making money, keeping somebody alive. Great. But that's not what they're going to get. That's not what you're going to know. It's just kids like this one girl right here who thinks that this is the we're radicalizing, incel terrorists. And look, all incels are terrorists because they, according to this study by the Swansea and the Costello Bus Institute, now suddenly we're they're all terrorists and we need to do something about it. Well, guess what? We're already ready to take your taxpayer dollars to go and do so. What do you got here? They don't even want you to have these conversations. That's how dangerous this is. Like, I must be a very dangerous individual, because I'll tell you right now, Pearl rips off my shit like wholesale. Myron and Fresh have been using my work as inspiration for that show since day one. Aaron Clary and I have been friends for like 12, 13 years now. So I can't say we've been connected, let's just say. And a lot of these guys, when they're using terminology where they don't, the alpha widow, the war brides dynamic, even like the expanded version of hypergamy and everything else, I don't care if you give me a shout out or not, but I will say this is like, they don't want like this, the divert hate and this element does not want you to have this information. I must be one of the most dangerous men on planet Earth, because this is the level of effort that they'll go to silence me and to silence the people who are even just like, even my worst like shills, even the people who are ripping me off the worst, they're trying to silence you too. So keep that in mind. After running a history check, I found that my LTR girlfriend had an ex, a doctor, that she was trying to get back for almost a year, but failed to get him back. Clearly an alpha widow. She can't be wifed, right? I wouldn't. If I were you, I wouldn't. Oh no, Rollo told her not to. Yeah, well, yeah, stay away. Please do. You may not give a damn about politics, but just associating the red pill content makes it care about you. That's true. I think what's interesting is I got, how many people I got? I got 24, including I got 2455 right now. Like, everybody who is here to get, what can we do to help? That's the thing, man. I would be happy to open a civil suit against diverting hate. I would be happy to open a civil suit against the ASU. I don't know how you could do that against the DHS, but I would be happy to open a civil. I don't know how to do that. I'm not an attorney. I don't know how much shit like that costs, if anybody would even want to take it, right? But I'll tell you right now, that is a civil rights violation in the extreme. So, I mean, if it's not a civil rights issue, then I want to know what it is, because they're using your taxpayer dollars to essentially gag myself and the rest of the people who are on that list. And they're open about it. to the point where they're so scared that we know about there. They, by the way, they watch me and they watch the people who like I'm sort of like collating all of this information with. They watch us. They monitor our Twitter. They monitor this show. Yeah, I know you're watching right now. You know, I will be happy to open a lawsuit against you. But anyways, the Elliot Rodgers thing. There's a handful of, you know, in the last 10 years who have been actually, you know, I would argue that they probably had OCD. They probably already had mental issues before any of this shit. The fact that they happen to be part of the PUA hate or the slut, it was PUA hate and then it was slut hate right after the Elliot Rodgers attack. They used to be the Forever Alones. They used to be, was it True Force Loneliness? I know, I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, right? I was there. I remember this shit. Okay. I wrote about this 10 years ago. So when I see that, and then I go, okay, I made this tweet. I said, look, in the month of April, well, the month of March, there were more female statutory female teacher statutory rapists in the month of March than there have ever been radicalized incel killers in the last 10 years. People lost their minds. They thought I was trying to, like, of course, they want to compare apples and oranges. Well, you know, there are men who also do that too. I'm like, that's not the point. The point is we're going to go to great efforts and spend all kinds of money, at least in the case of Diverting Hate, $700,000. And we're going to do, I don't know, incel research that is funded by counterterrorism organizations. And we're going to put all this money into this very minuscule, you know, population of guys because they're easy to hate and they're easy to make into boogeymen, and it's easy to get paid because you have those boogeymen. But if you were honest about it and you were really looking at, you know, comparing those two things, the bigger culture of, you know, grape culture apparently exists in public schools with female teachers between the ages of 24 and 32. And they happen to be married and they all tend to be blonde and they all tend to have, you know, their quote unquote victims are all students. There were at least 8 of them in March. There were 12 last month, and we're already 3 in for the month of May. Different, separate cases of teachers in that. By the way, I'll just give you a quick preview of this. Now, why haven't I touched this yet? Because I've been waiting for I'm waiting for 3 months, and I'm collecting all these stories so I can go story by story by story over 3 months. So right now I picked up halfway through February. I got all of March and all of April. I got to get through May. And once I get like maybe the middle of May or the end of May, then I'm going to do the female teacher story. Okay. But I needed to get more of those because I want to show the cycle and I want to show how endemic it is. Now, remember what we say, culture, you know, grape culture, virgin culture, blah, blah, culture. This is most definitely a culture. And people keep asking me like, well, Rollo, how come this is so common and it's going on around? Well, you have to also understand that at least in public schools anyways, in the United States, you're looking at probably about 78% of your teachers from kindergarten all the way up to your graduate schools are female. So just the law of averages is going to say, well, there's going to be more women that are going to be pulling this shit than there will be men, because men don't teach. They don't want to take teaching jobs. They're not prestigious. They don't pay very well. And there's a high probability that you will get, you know, Me Too'd being a male teacher. All of the administration, all the staff, everything else there is a female culture. That's why there are more female, you know, teacher, you know, statutory rapists, right? And it's also kind of insidious because the first thing anybody says is, well, you know, where were these girls? Where were these teachers when I was 14 years old? Yuck, 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 yuck. Well, guess what? It's that 14-year-old boy, 15-year-old boy can't give consent. And that is the definition of statutory rape. So what is this? It's all elements of 5th generation warfare. Okay. Well, it is because I mean, when you have, I mean, literally, I just showed you the video of Farrah admitting to the fact that she was on the take from progressive. Well, I don't know that it is. Hopefully she'll confess this, but from an agency, let's just say she was on the take from an agency that was paying her to mouth the fucking words that they wanted her to say through whatever that agency. I have a high suspicion that it was Progressive Victory because of all the people she hangs out with. We already know Not So Erudite is involved. We already know that Jasmine Jafar is right there. She's right there in the pictures. We know. They're on the fucking take. They are fucking shills of the DNC, period. Okay, so where do we go? Where does the web expand from there? Do you think NGOs are using the red pill for getting paid, or is it an actual fear of men regaining authority again? I think both, but honestly, I think it's that's a good question. Here's my feeling on this, and I hate to use that word, but here's my feel this out. When we get into election cycles, it's usually an 18-month cycle. So the 2024 election cycle started really in 2022-ish. No, halfway through, probably like June or July of 2023. And now we're going to go through right up until we get to November 5th here in this country. That's when the elections go off. And then November 6th. I think November 6th, things will change. I think that's when people will start pivoting out of social issues and pivoting out of immigration and pivoting out of climate change and pivoting out of Israel and Palestine and pivoting out of all these things that are just the topics du jour right now. And then once the party's over, they'll go back to whatever the fuck they were doing. And by the way, if you plan on coming back to the red pill, I'm going to go tell you to fuck yourself. Okay. I'm taking names. I know who's pivoted out. I'm not red pill. I'm red pill adjacent. No, you're not red pill adjacent. You fuck. Okay. Now you want to come back? But I think that it's a little of both. I think they want to get paid. There's a lot of money in this. There's a lot. By the way, the Diverting Hate is one of many NGOs. This is just the most egregious one that Bex and I have been sort of tracking. But you have to remember, you got to connect dots. You can't take these things just in isolation here. So if I'm looking at Will Costello's messages to like Not So Erudite, I go, okay, well, Not So Erudite's kind of like this autistic child. Why would he be talking to her in the first place? Well, now she's the mouthpiece for Will Costello, who's trying to make his point, who just simply why not just say, okay, Rollo, here's why you're wrong. Okay, Bex, here's why you're wrong. Because he doesn't want to have that engagement. It's easier to go through a proxy. He needs a cat's paw, and Not So Erudite is the cat's paw. So let's look at Not So Erudite. Kyla Turner. Okay. Who's she involved with? Destiny. No, there's a fucking red flag. Jasmine Jafar, Farah. Is it Becky Knight? I can't remember the chick's name. Anyways. And then Pixie and all these. By the way, Jasmine Jafar, Farah, Pixie on whatever podcast debating against Andrew Wilson. It's no coincidence that you see those same characters on multiple shows, because they're all part of the same fucking propaganda team, propaganda arm. That's all it is agitprop. And they're there to mouth it for them. So anything that comes out of their mouth, you already know is at least suspect. So now you've got the connection between Alex Costello and you got Not So Erudite. Well, Not So Erudite is deeply involved with Progressive Victory. Okay, who else is involved in that shtick, right? Who else is part of that fucking web? So you got another whole thing going on over here. Then you've got Diverting Hate, which is an NGO out of ASU. And how are they connected? Well, they're getting money through DHS, and they're doing so because they believe that people like myself are radicalizing the now designated incel terrorists as a result of these research grants and these research. But by the way, the first thing they do is share data with the DHS or with the counterterrorism organizations. That's real. And so it's kind of hard not to make the connection that maybe they're doing this for those counterterrorism agencies. Maybe that's why it happened. The fact that there's even a question about that should be enough to say asterisk. Let's put it's suspect. So are they fearful of men regaining authority? I don't think so, because I think that people that's just ridiculous, right? Men already have authority. I don't think so. Thanks. Hey, Trader SZ, thank you. My crypto, my Trader SZ and Miguel are my crypto like guardian angels. Thank you, Mary. Much appreciated for that. Trader SZ, listen to the man. Follow him too. Any idea when Peril would say is the treatment for incels? I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I do have something else to read to you guys too. I promise you we'll be getting into today's topic here in just a minute. But this is just something that's, you don't get my material if these guys go scot-free, right? Poor man's guilt. Okay. Come support my silver. Okay. Thanks, bro. There's the attention you're looking for. Hi, I'm dating a girl. Sometimes when I go to bed first, she living with you? She don't come to the bedroom, but sits in the living room and says, "Come and bring me to the bed." What kind of test is this? Should I comply? She wants you to be dominant, dude. Can you pick her? Are you strong enough to pick her up? Can you pick your woman up? That should be a test. Have you ever seen these? I think there's like maybe they're in the southern part of the United States. I don't know, but I've seen these wife carrying contests. I could very easily carry my wife. I have no problem carrying. My wife might weigh 118, I think. And I have no problem carrying my wife. Why don't you then do it? See what happens. Is it a shit test? I don't care. Do you care if it's a shit test? Essentially, she wants you to pick her up and take you to bed. Why not? Yes. Go ahead. Comply, YOLO. And congratulations, YOLO, because this is the first time you've ever said that you actually have a chick. Got your back. Thank you. Yeah, and I was going to say, and all super chats on this channel and Access Vegas are greatly appreciated because, again, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to this channel. If for no other reason that I need to see that I can actually get subs and they're not being redirected somewhere, you're not going to get redirected during the middle of a live stream. But during my replays, you probably will. So if you're watching this show, what are we in? We're at 1 hour and 21 minutes. Okay. If you are stopped, because I usually let YouTube like do the drops, the ad drops on my shows. If you're watching the replay of this and you get redirected to Baldoni, I want to know about it. I don't know that I will necessarily get redirected because I'm the proprietor of this channel, but what I would ask you is if you're watching the replay of this video and you see it redirected to Man Enough, Justin Baldini, or the Good Man Project, please email me or hit me up on Twitter and let me know. Because I want to see like how much this is really how many of these ad buys are really being installed here. Strong simps are way more pathetic than ones with putrid genes. Putrid. Well done. Vocabulary word of the day. Later, you can at least understand why they resorted to that lifestyle. Yeah. If you think this actually ends after. Yeah, on January 25th, you're delusional. The current gynocentric globalist Marxist matrix. Okay, thanks. Western civilization will burn to the ground. Trump wins. Okay. Oh no. See, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little more pessimistic or cynical about our voting process here in the United States because honestly, you know why our votes don't matter? Because they still let us do it. That's how I know. Because they'll let us do it. Have met Justin Baldoni in real life. He gave a speech at the University of Colorado State University mandatory freshman orientation. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That dude is as weesh as you can find. Justin, if you ever want to have a fucking conversation, come to Vegas. I'll go to you. I will be happy to challenge you on damn near everything that you have to say. Damn near everything. You want to come and talk to me? I will be happy to do that. But let's just be honest here. This guy's not going to fucking do it. These guys all brand. And that's the thing that gets me about this is like, for the people who like when I look at Baldoni and I've looked at some of his shit before, when I was looking at the commercials and the stuff he was trying to do for like, man, I didn't even think Are We Man Enough was even still around. I thought it had gone defunct or maybe he had just gone solo. But when I remember, I think it was might have been 2019. 28, maybe later, maybe it was 2020, and Baldoni was coming around, and somebody threw some videos of his at me. I think I have done at least one in the past, but it would have been like 2020 or 2021. And I was looking at some of his stuff, and I go, God, this guy's he looks like the barista you would meet at fucking like Starbucks, or like not even Starbucks, man. It would be like at the local one. It'd be at the no-name one, and just like. The guy looks like he smells like a patchouli or some shit like that. And I'm just like, this is your idea of healthy masculinity, really? Not Jock. You know, it would be different if it was like Jocko Willink, right? It would be different if it was like some even fucking Wes Watson, for fuck's sake. Like redirect to Wes, okay? That's fine. At least you get that's masculinity, right? No, it's the most weesh man bun dude you could possibly send my traffic to. Really? Okay. I mean, come on, man. Don't I at least deserve some respect? Yes, Ultraman bonus is true. Okay. I got a few other things on here, and I'm wondering if I should. Oh, here it goes. The peril plants. Since I got asked about peril, PERIL. In 2023, a CVE organization, I think that's Countering Violent Extremism. That's what it is. Organization called Peril at the American University was awarded $750,000 under the DHS TVTP, which I think is Preventing Terrorism something program, to inoculate teens against extremism. This program is overseen by an MSNBC columnist named Cynthia Miller Idris. You may remember Miller Idris for when she was recently flamed online by Elon Musk for her article relating physical fitness to white supremacy. The grant proposal states that it will use short-form video inoculation strategies to interpret pathways to violent extremism, and that Peril, PERIL, has teamed up with Google's Jigsaw and a media production company called Long Story Short Media to do this. And there she provides the full grant. There's a grant you could see. By the way, if there's a grant, like the DHS has a grant, you can go look this up on DHS.gov. LSS Media has quite the client list: the Clinton Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Google, Yahoo News, and the CDC, amongst others. LSS, which is Long Story Short Media, was behind the popular Spotify podcasts Conspiracy Land, which they made for Yahoo. Among the target populations for Peril, the PERIL program, are content creators and social media influencers who are trained in the techniques of narrative storytelling, short-form video, and evidence-based inoculation style, scripting, and production. The grant states that it will use, quote-unquote, supporting partners in the military and tech sectors to recruit these people through these pages, although these pages seem to be withheld from the Freedom of Information Act. Also redacted from the Freedom of Information Act is the name of a YouTube influencer with 585,000 subs who agreed to support the project by producing content and training others. Interesting. I have a whole thing on Peril right here. I didn't realize I had that as part of this whole thing. So maybe that helps. The guy was asking me a question about Peril. Maybe that's what you're getting at. Okay, so I'm going to actually put this up on screen because I think this is important here. There's that. Is it Bex? Okay, here we go. This is my good friend Bex here. Okay. Let's revisit the thread from December where I exposed the Diverting Hate program funded by the DHS and a counterterrorism grant, which teaming up with X, or Twitter, to design a native tool used to target the Manosphere for censorship and suppression. Elon Musk never responded to our questions about who at X teamed up with this U.S. government-backed program and to what extent it was implemented on X. Spoiler alert, I found the Diverting Hate March report, and it's a doozy. Okay, that was the one I was just referencing. It recommends sweeping moderation reforms and the rollout of AI facial recognition tech by social media platforms, and more. It also confirms that 9 large creators were specifically targeted by the program in February 2024, including myself, Aaron Clary, and Rich Cooper. Rich, if you want to be involved in that, I haven't talked to Rich in a while, but Rich, if you're watching this, I would love to have you on the show and to talk about this. And I already showed you this clip. There you have it. And that's that. Let's see what else is here. I don't think that was the one, though. Hang on. Okay. So this is from her tweet again. I previously broke a story about Diverting Hate, which was funded by the DHS. Actually, I will put this up. Hang on a sec. You guys got to see it. Just so you know, I have all the receipts here. This is another receipt. This is when the report came out. You can see it. Okay. I previously broke a story about the project called Diverting Hate, which was funded by a DHS counterterrorism grant. The NGO behind this project teamed up with X and YouTube to develop tools used to divert audiences away from targeted influencers. Myself, Pearly Things, yada yada. Reroute them to state-sponsored influencers and podcasts. Full list of the names in the thread. The goal of the tech, which mirrors Google's notorious redirect methods, is to direct and suppress hate speech under the guise of terrorism prevention. There you go. That's the connection with the Incel research. In response to my prior reporting, Diverting Hate removed their reports off the public website. After a bit of digging, I've located their most recent report in which they quantify the success of their diversion campaign, which I just read to you, and uses the research to advocate for policy reform. You may ask why I care. After all, I'm a loud critic of figures like Pearl Davis and Andrew Tate. In my opinion, these programs use manufactured outrage to promote a very sinister agenda. The overall goal of this program is to encourage lawmakers and social media platforms to go to much greater lengths, including use of sweeping surveillance and AI facial recognition to moderate hate speech. This report even uses their research to advocate for stricter gun control measures against people with what they deem as extremist views. The potential for abuse is enormous and should be taken very seriously by anyone who is serious about their constitutional rights. More details in the thread ahead. Okay, here's the most recent report, which was not made available on their public website. I suggest downloading it. And by the way, it's gone now. You can't download this anymore. I have it. She's got it. Aaron Clary's got a copy of this as well. In fact, he did this and he used this in his thing. I also made 2 Substack posts on the topic. The first is detailed. Okay, you can see those there. According to the news report, the targeted Manosphere creators were, and we've already seen those. And then Diverting Hate, a DHS-funded program, which uses our own tax dollars to censor us, also constantly trying to keep their reports out of the public reach. Unsurprisingly, they have already disabled access to their report. Took them only 30 minutes to do so, but I also have it here. Information should be free. I encourage individuals targeted by this campaign to obtain legal representation, and that's what I've been trying to do. All right, Diverting Hate intends to use AI. We already got that part. Anyways, you guys get the idea. And this was, I think I've got, Aaron Clary did a really good job of this too. If you haven't seen Aaron Clary's video on this, I think he had the reader of his book for his Audible book do a reading of it, in fact. And by the way, the people involved in this, the people who were associated with the Diverting Hate, the Twitter, their Twitter channels, their Twitter accounts have all been self-deleted since then, since this came out last week. Okay, this is the part I wanted to get to. All right, these are some of the videos. This is from back in December. Well, I'm not going to get into all of these things here for you, but you get the idea. There's a series of Zoom calls and a series of videos that are associated with this as well. These are just sort of these are the people who are responsible for. Let's see. I don't know if this is a good one. All right, I'll show you this very first one. Very first video, where'd it go? Oops, not that. Sorry, I got to share screens here with you guys. All right. It's easier just for me to play this to you, first of all. Okay, this is Diverting Hate explains to the judges that Black Pill ranks a 5 on their violation scale and calls it very dangerous. This is the chick, by the way, who gets to tell you whether you get to listen to me or you don't. So just
on how you assessed what terms were either more threatening or more potent, so that ranking system a bit there.
Sure. So we worked in conjunction with one of our centers here at MISS, the Center on Extremism and Counterterrorism. And they have done incredible research on incel ideology and extremism, as well as the research Moonshot has done, defining.
Okay. Remember that. The incel threat, the incel research.
A lot of those terms. So using this open source vocabulary that's out in the world, we were able to sort through the information and identify where language is most dangerous. So for example, the term Black Pill is highly associated with suicidal ideation. Therefore, we gave it a 5. It's very dangerous.
on how you assessed what terms were either more
Okay,
threatening.
so if you use the term black pill in any of your stuff, then you are suspect of being, suicidal. Got it? Let's try this
Thanks
one.
so much for that presentation. And I will openly admit a little bit of bias because I actually, when I worked at Facebook, helped launch some of their redirect initiatives in about 5 different countries, and no moonshot very well. So you're definitely, what I liked is that you weren't starting from zero. There definitely has been efforts to redirect, but not that I know of on Twitter so far. I know it exists on Facebook, Instagram, Bing, YouTube, Google, but usually not around misogyny-based violence. So I know of case studies more focused on white supremacy, QAnon, and Islamist extremism.
Okay. And then this guy is ready to tell you what positive masculinity ought to be. This is Diverting Hate, says they are excited about the project's scalability and plan to partner with X and build key user databases for their extremist groups, including the Manosphere, more broadly on every other platform.
So the scalability is what we're actually really excited about for this project, because building these databases, and if we can demonstrate the native experience on Twitter with a partnership with Twitter, of course, we were able to demonstrate some success with the ad campaign, recreating it. But if we can demonstrate that success, then we can take this to really every other platform. And we can also actually build databases for other extremist groups. We could build one for the Manosphere more broadly. You can really take this and redirect our energies to other hate groups once you already have that framework established.
So there you go. Everybody in the chat, you're all part of a hate group. According to ASU, welcome haters. Welcome.
Born and raised.
Yes. Sorry, Kyle. I didn't know if you knew what you were getting into, but now you're part of a hate group, my friend.
I'm sending it.
Yes. There you go. That's where we go. That's where this is fucking going right now. Now I'm hoping, like, maybe I'm stupid to hope this, but I'm hoping that, like, once the funds dry up, or once this isn't as big a deal as anything else, right? But the fact of the matter is that the infrastructure is there. You got to remember that a lot of these NGOs came up around the same time as, like, say, the 9/11 attacks. It used to be like violent Islamic homegrown terrorisms, and then you had the McVeigh bombings and stuff like that, and then it became more about home focused homeland security, right? And now it's like the new boogeyman. That if there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. So the new boogeyman is like, oh, these misogynistic, masculine supremacists online. It's like, it's like their mind's made up. There's no back and forth. There's no just like, fucking call me. I'm a human. You can fucking talk to me, man. I would be happy to have we had Richard Reeves on Access Vegas last year. He's definitely not a pro-masculine, let's say pro-masculine, but he's part of the Brookings Institute, for fuck's sake. At least he had the balls to come and talk to me and Mike, and we had a very good, very respectful, I think very productive, substantive conversation. You're not getting that from these kids because they don't fucking care. They don't care about they only want to say our way is right, your way is wrong, and we're going to do whatever we can, including taking your tax dollars to initiate programs like this so you get diverted and you go away. That's basically it. That's how dangerous they think this shit is. It's funny how all these researchers are all women, white liberal led, oriented with male betas backing them up. Yes, they're what's known as Vichy males, like the Vichy French, Vichy. Yes. Richard Reeves is he's a Brookings Institute fellow. He wrote, Richard Reeves was across from me on the Dr. Phil show. Okay. In fact, I was the one that suggested he be on that show. But no. We're going to put Rollo as what I get an 89. My bad man score is fucking 89, right? All right. Oh, Brian. Hey, Brian, what you got? I'm rebuilding my life in my 40s with your work. Blue pill, beta, conditioning, borderline personality, mother, PTSD from Iraq. I'm no longer suicidal or depressed. I couldn't have done the work without your work. Done this without your work. Screw the haters and the clowns. Thank you. Well, see, this is the kind of stuff. This is the testimonials and you know what? Even if I made this big, gigantic database of all these guys who have improve their lives as a result of just having conversations like this. I don't have a plan. I don't have a course. I have 5 books, right? And at least 4 of those 5 books they're all explanatory. They're all just like asking questions and connecting dots, right? And people take that and they use that material to improve their lives. They're not radicalizing fucking anyone. If anything, you should be fucking diverting Baldoni's traffic over to my traffic because I have a better track record than this fucking man bun bitch. Why not? Because it's ideology. Whatever I say, whatever the dangerous questions that I ask about male nature, female nature, intersexual dynamics, however I do it, just asking those questions and wanting to have a conversation about those topics is dangerous to them. They don't want men or even women, honestly, to get together to talk about these things. I will also point out that there's one notoriously absent name that was on the DHS or on the watch list, and that's Brian from whatever podcast. Why is he not on there? He's got a much bigger footprint than I do. Way bigger footprint than I do. But he's not on the he's not the one that they're redirecting traffic from. Why is that? I'd like to know, because if you're going to go I think you probably go do this on YouTube right now. You just put in Red Pill, or you put in Manosphere, or you put in like Hypergamy or whatever. I will guarantee you're going to see whatever podcast is going to pop up. And I'm not saying like they're in on it. I'm just saying, why are you not? Why does Brian not have like a 90 rating? You know, I only do 1 fucking show a week. Brian does at least 3. Why is he not on there? And not why did his name not make that list? That's what I'd like to know. I'm not trying to sell you out or anything, Brian. I still like Brian and I are cool, but like, why is that? Well, probably because they're ignorant and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so they're going to go after people like me and Aaron Clary of all people, right? He's obsolete and controlled. I don't know. Do you think so? I don't think so. Maybe he is. Brian makes a good chunk of change. I like Brian quite a bit, and I now that I kind of get what he's doing. But I don't know, man. They come after me. They're gonna come after you too, man. This is important shit. So, anyways, all right. Do I have any more questions here? No, I don't. All right. Just to put a period at the end of this sentence here. I'm gonna do a more in-depth episode with Aaron Clary on this. I'm trying to lock in a time with him sometime next week so we can have this conversation together. And go over like what they're doing to him, what they're doing to me. And again, so when people ask you like, Rollo, why do you have a problem with such and so? Why do you have a problem with Will Costello? I don't have a problem with Will Costello. I just ask questions and he wants to block me for asking. People like, I don't have a problem with people who ask questions. I have a problem for whom people have no question whatsoever. Like they don't question jack shit. Those people, they scare the shit out of me. People with questions don't scare me. People who have no questions, those are the people that scare me. And that's essentially what this is. You want to talk about ideology? You want to talk about like demagoguery? You want to talk about, philosophy and ideologies and shit like that. The Red Pill is not an ideology. I don't know how many times I got to say this, but I do know what is. It's creating programs like this to suppress the free speech of other Americans in the United States. And again, this isn't a YouTube thing. This is a Department of Homeland Security and NGO Diverting Hate, the other ones too. It's their thing, and they're the ones who should be on the hook for civil rights violations. Which, by the way, I should say is why the DHS works through NGOs, because it keeps their hands clean. NGOs are a cat's paw of government funding, right? Of whoever's behind that. In this case, it's the Department of Homeland Security. So I can't go really after DHS, but I can go after, I damn well could go after NGOs like this. And until somebody does, and I don't know how I could do this. It's a very fucking high mountain to fucking climb. I don't have a degree in constitutional law, but if anybody else does, and you want to pick up on this case, I'm sure myself and Aaron and a few other people who are involved in all of this would love to file some kind of suit against these asshats. So there you have it. I think Aaron was pissed that he wasn't up as high as I was. 89 score. Come on, I know those are rookie numbers, man. You gotta get those numbers up. Yeah. All right. So I have now we're going to get into a few now for something completely different. I didn't mean to get into this as quite as in depth as I have, but I had to make a record of this because I don't know how deep this fucking rabbit hole goes or is gonna go. So I'd like to have this on record before we keep moving. But I'll tell you right now, yes, damn, I'm a terrorist. Yes, you are. We're all very dangerous men.
Welcome to
Everyone. Maybe that's what I should do a t-shirt. I'm a very dangerous man. Man, if you're involved in this, man, they don't want you hearing this. They don't want you hearing this. These little children, look at how old do you think these fucking kids are? Right? I've been doing this for going on 22, 23 years now. That's how long I've been doing this. Not longer than Kyle's been alive. For fuck's sake. Kyle, you were watching Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents when I was writing about this.
Yep. Happily so.
Yep. It's the Crimson Chin. And the nega chin. Remember the nega chin? The nega chin was badass. And it was Jay Leno.
Yep.
Yeah, that was funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was back when shit was back in when you could watch Nickelodeon. You didn't know what was going on. Yeah. That's funny. Okay. I wanted to dig into something else here. This is going to be sort of a launch off point. So I'm going to let this one run for a little bit. I'm going to riff on this video for a bit, but this is really more about like the actual topic of today's show. Unplugging from the matrix of relationships. Now, just to give you a little bit of a preamble here. One of the things that's kind of bugging me these days is, especially when I get into it with people who want to like do what I call dueling statistics, right? Dueling research. Right? People want to say, "Oh, well, that all that ovulatory shift stuff has been debunked." It's like, no, it hasn't. And ovulatory shift actually is it's concept. I described this, by the way. This is why I wanted to do today's show. I described this on Access Vegas on Thursday. And of course, people wanted to give me shit about it. So I've done several talks on this. I've done several shows on this. I think maybe since we're in a pod class here, and I think people need a refresher on all of this good stuff. Can you? What'd you say? Are you next on the Matt Walsh show? Don't you know I was already on? Thanks to Jim Sexton. Thanks for reminding me of that real quick. Sorrelita was right. So Jim Sexton. Okay. Also, thank you, Sorrelita. This is what I was going to get into in the preamble, anyways. Jim Sexton finally, divorce attorney James Sexton was on the Matt Walsh show, which kind of surprised me considering all the bullshit that went on during like the latter half or the beginning and middle of March, right? And I'll just reiterate for the people who weren't around when I said this before. There was a sort of, I don't say a plot, but there was this sort of like they tried to pull a fast one, I guess, on myself and Jim. And they really wanted to have myself, or originally it was supposed to be me, Jim Sexton, Pearl, and versus Matt Walsh. That was how I was originally sold this in the original email. I thought it was kind of a little fishy. I responded to them and said, hey, you know what? If it's going to be me and Jim, I don't care if Pearl's there. Me and Jim will go and clean up. Well, the problem is, as soon as I said I would do it, that's when I was like within 5 minutes of me responding via email. They said, oh, sorry, you didn't answer us fast enough and your slot's been filled. They didn't tell me by who. Well, apparently we found out it was actually Michael Knowles. And so Jim Sexton declined. He said, fuck this. I'm not going to be on the same show as Pearl, because essentially that's what they were trying to do, was use my name to get Jim onto that show. So the original idea was for Pearl, Jim Sexton, Michael Knowles, and Matt Walsh to be on a, Red Pill versus, I don't know, TradCon's show. Well, they used my fucking name to convince James to say yes. Then they pulled me out and didn't tell Jim, which I think their plan was simply to get Jim into Nashville. Oh, Rollo couldn't make it and he had to go on, right? They were hoping I don't talk to Jim, but they don't know that I'm actually very good friends with Jim. So anyways, that never went down, and Pearl had to settle herself with just doing her bullshit, weak ass interview with Michael Knowles, and basically collapsed, as as you might expect, per usual. But who didn't collapse was Jim Sexton, and Jim Sexton ran that fucking room with Matt Walsh. If you haven't seen it, the video just came out yesterday, or I think it was Friday, yeah, maybe yesterday. Anyways, it's on. If you go to Matt Walsh's channel, you'll see Jim Sexton and Matt Walsh are on there. And I gotta thank Jim. Jim hit me up like right after he was done with the shooting. He said, "Hey man, I buffed you out. I talked about you for like 5 or 6 minutes, and just like how you're a great author and all this other stuff." And apparently they left in maybe like one quote, right? You've got to remember that Daily Wire is very, very controlled. Matt Walsh does not do live streams. He very rarely does interviews, and only on terms that he thinks he can like sort of look semi good with. And in this case, it was they basically, like, Jim's very popular right now. He's going to go on Rogan. I know that. He's already been on Soft White Underbelly. He's been on Lex Friedman. He's been making the rounds with some big, like, heavy hitting names. And of course, Matt wants in on that fucking gravy. So they bring him on, and Jim pretty much had the same conversation with Matt that he did with me on my show back in August. And the same show he had on Soft White Underbelly, and he's told the same stories and some of this other stuff. And it was interesting because it's funny to see how the audience reacted on a, quote unquote Daily Wire TradCon show versus, like, say, Lex Friedman or my show for that matter. And I'm glad Pearl didn't get him. Fuck off. But I'm actually kind of glad he went and still did the interview like solo with Matt, because it was a good opportunity to just sort of like run Matt's like misinformation about the red pill and about marriage and about divorce and set him straight. And I think probably like one of the reasons like Matt was very quiet during this, he's not a very good interviewer, at least from all inferences from this show. But I think Matt was trying to find some gotcha moments, but the thing is there are no gotcha moments with a guy like Jim Sexton, who's been a divorce attorney for 22 years now. So you're going basically straight to the horse's mouth, and he's just too knowledgeable. And again, like, and you're not going to get him on moral grounds either, because like he's very like, not for nothing, but like Jim is very idealistic and very let's say optimistic about marriage still, even after being a divorce attorney. Like, I hope you can do it. He just said, I think he said during the show that his oldest son, who's 27, is just got engaged. And, and he's saying, here's like, don't do what I did. Don't do what these other people are doing. He's just basically trying to give him warnings as to how to have a better, happier marriage from the perspective of a guy who's been a divorce attorney for 22 years. Right. So I think there was no real comebacks. There was no snappy one-liners. I think like Jim Sexton really limited Matt's ability to get those little viral clips, because that's really what they want. They want to mine those clips. That's exactly what Michael Knowles did with Pearl. Made her look like an idiot, and as by proxy, making the red pill and everyone else look like idiots. Thanks. But I don't think there was much. There was much clippable material from Jim Sexton's interview with Matt Walsh. And the fact that he kind of like glossed me in the beginning was great, but apparently they cut out a lot of that stuff. But I did get a couple of name drops in there, which was great. So thank you, Jim. And I'm trying to see if I can get Jim out to Miami. Jim, come to Miami, please, for the love of God. Come I'm gonna turn into a Brooklyn Jew. For the love of God, will you come down here to Miami? Come down here. Okay. We're going to the White Party, which is a Babes in Toyland White Party, which will be on May 18th. And I'm going to tell you, that is the premier like event for Babes in Toyland. I'm also doing, by the way, now that, what are we at? We're almost at the 2-hour mark. Hold on a second. I'm going to be doing a fishing trip. I've already booked I've chartered the boat. There's 6 slots that are available on it. 3 of those are taken up. Myself, I've got Jim Kilgore is on with me, and I got Joe Marin. Joe is the guy that I'm partnering with to do the MOA thing for the 45 to 65-year-old gentleman, the mature gentleman's like MOA. So us 3 will be on the boat. I got 3 slots left. So Torsha, if you're coming down, you need to tell me so I can put you on that boat. But if I've got 3 slots left. Sterling Cooper, unfortunately, he's not going to be in. He'll be out of the country at that time. So will Justin Waller, who are usually my partners to go on our redneck yacht party, which is a chartered fishing boat. So I'm going to see if I can. I've got some other people that want to get in. But if you happen to be in Miami at that time and you hit me up early enough, you might get one of those slots. And I'll let you know what your buy-in is, and it's usually just like fuel charges, and you got to tip the crew. That's basically what it comes down to. So let me know. All right, let's see, where'd it go here. The term black pill does not lead to an increase in self-deletion. Women mocking loser men, on the other hand, yeah, probably. But see, the thing is as I said before, thanks for that super chat, Daniel. But the thing, as I've said before, is if there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. So if we can conflate black pill, and God knows I've been very critical of black pill doomer, nihilist, despondent, autistic kids talking shit and thinking that's the red pill. And everybody thinks black pill is the red pill, courtesy of you guys. I've been very critical of the black pill. I still will continue to be very critical of the black pill. But once again, it being synonymous with self-deletion, being synonymous with something else, being synonymous with like misogyny and hate and everything. Hate. Like, what the fuck is hate? You know, I'll tell you, you know what hate is? Hate is 12 female teachers statutorily raping their underage students. Why do we not have a diversion program for that? Why do we not have an NGO to curb and stop this pandemic of teachers, you know, fondling and sexually abusing their students? Why do we not have something like that? Where's the NGO for that? Nowhere. You know why? Because it includes women and that's not a boogeyman. No one gets paid. They would much rather the boogeyman look like fucking Charles Manson. They would much rather have that guy look like frothing at the mouth lunatic. That's what they want. They want somebody who's easy to hate. They want a figurehead. They want to put a face to this, you know, sinister, like, you know, vaudevillian enemy, you know, evildoer, right? They want a villain. That's what they want. And the problem is they don't get a villain because the Manosphere is decentralized. You'll never get that villain. Even my face is not going to be that villain. Right? Yeah. Where's the fucking NGO? Somebody make an NGO for like to teach women, to divert women away from you know, teachers diddling their kids. Where is that? Is there data on this? Men kill women much more than vice versa, but women also initiate 70% of non-reciprocated violence. Is there an overlap here? I think it depends on whose numbers you're looking at. The idea, let me get to this too. 284-page dissertation done by a Peril employee references your book as source material for online radicalization. JPOT, can you send me a link, like email me a link to that so I can download that and reference that? Like this is what they don't want you watching this. This is a very dangerous stream. I'm a very dangerous man. And Kyle, you're aiding and abetting public enemy number one. Sorry, Kyle.
I'll do time.
You're in, man. We have to go on the run, man. We're like fugitive. We gotta go hop a freight train somewhere and shit. I used to joke about this, and now it's not so much. I don't think it's funny anymore, but I used to say that, you know, in the future, like, groups of men are going to have to read the Rational Male by candlelight in some cave somewhere, like the Bible in red China, you know, like in Mao's China, right? That's not too far-fetched a joke anymore, I think. It's like when people are coming after me, like I'm probably on some watch lists for sure. What's going to happen imagine this, I go to Las Vegas airport to get on the plane to go to Miami, and I say, sorry, Mr. Tomassi, you are persona non grata. You're on a no-fly list. Oh, how the fuck did I get on a no-fly list? Well, you're in this peril report right here. That's what's then I'm gonna have to drive. Yeah, it is. Show me your papers. It's literally sanctioned censorship that the taxpayer dollars are being redirected to, because little kids at fucking ASU don't want you to see this material. They don't want you to read this. They don't want you to ask these questions. They don't want you to have these conversations. They don't want you to get together in groups of guys and like say, hey, what do you think about this? I encourage that, by the way, in every single one of my books, in every introduction of every one of my books, I say the same damn thing. Talk about this with other guys. Each one tell one. When people say, well, Rollo, how do I tell my dad about this stuff? This is some really great stuff, man. Like, how do I unplug my dad? How do I unplug my best friend? He's about to make a terrible mistake with this woman. How do I, when should I give the rational male to my son so he can read it so he doesn't make the same mistakes that I make, right? And my response every time to every one of those is have conversations. Don't just throw it in a guy's hand and say, look, this will save your life. It's not the Bible, for fuck's sake. I mean, as much as flattering as that would be, it's not the Bible. You have to talk about this stuff. And I think that's what really scares people about like understanding intersexual dynamics. That's why they want to obfuscate. That's why they want to censor. Like, why on earth? Like, is it that important? Is it that dangerous to have conversations about like the nature of men and the nature of women? I think so. Well, clearly it is. So, all right. Getting back to the point here. Jesus Christ. So as far as Jim Sexton, when he was on Matt Walsh's show, I think Matt Walsh was a little bit surprised at the sort of, I guess, opportunistic kind of, I hate to say idealistic ending of the show. Like I asked him, I think I ended my show with Jim the same way. I was like, do you still believe in marriage? Everybody's going to ask him that, right? And he's like, yeah, I do. I said, I think as an institution, I was like, he pretty much takes the same stance I say, which is like, I've been married for 27 and a half years. Okay. I think for me, it's fucking great. The way we do it now is the problem that I have. It's not the actual institution. When you talk to me about, if you're going to ask me or talk to me about marriage, if I was going to be on that show with him, I would say, look, here's what marriage really is. It's not about Judeo-Christian values. It's not about fucking, it's not how we're doing it, like from a religious perspective. It's really, what's the function of marriage? It is a formalization of monogamy. That's what it is. People in ancient China got married. People in feudal Japan got married. They didn't know what the Bible was. They didn't know what, Abrahamic religions were. People in Africa, Native Americans, prior to anybody coming over here and colonizing the land, they got married. There was monogamy in those, even in hunter-gatherer societies. I mean, as loose as it is, but there's a ritual behind it. There was a formalization behind it. Even in polyamorous, tribes and stuff like that, there was the understanding that that's the chief's wife and you don't fuck the chief's wife. Right? So I'll tell you what's funny is I have been like looking at, I've been watching Vikings on the History Channel Vikings. Because oddly enough, I have not seen the whole series, so I'm catching up on it right now, and it's very interesting to me to see like, I mean, this is my culture, right? I'm Danish by nationality, and so to see how ancient Scandinavians lived and their communities, and you got to remember they're pastoral at the very least, but the idea of marriage, you could share the village concubine if you wanted to, but your bitch was your bitch. So there was some sort of formality behind all of this, and they never heard of it. They never heard of Christianity, or they never heard of Judaism or Islam or anything like that. So to presume that a certain religion has a monopoly on marriage is completely ignorant, but it's just who's doing the ritualization, who's doing the formalization. But really what it is, it's a formalization of monogamy. That's what it comes down to. And one of the things that's really kind of rubbing me the wrong way in the 21st century is the way we do marriage right now is not the way we used to do it in the 20th century or the 19th century or anything else, right? The idea of a polyamorous or a throuple or whatever we want to call it, like it's complicated, an open relationship, cuckoldry, like open cuckoldry, all of that stuff that we're kind of trying to figure out today, because I think we're having a real problem really defining what marriage is. And I've brought this up on Access Vegas. I think I might have brought it up here a couple times too, is like, we don't do marriage in the 21st century like we used to back in the 20th century. So whenever I'm on Access Vegas and I'm talking to these girls and they say, oh, I'm in a throuple or I'm in a polyamorous relationship or Destiny, for example, like, by the way, I've seen some, if you haven't seen Melina's Instagram recently, she has been posting picture after picture after picture of the new guy that she's with right now. And I will tell you, right, she like worships the ground that this guy walks on. Like she is like absolutely, like as far as the everything by all appearances on Instagram, she is just like deeply down with this guy to the point where she's getting her friends are doing pictures with him. And he's starting to look like this. He's almost starting to look like this like sex cult guru. And I know they're like Sweden or some shit like that. But how do we do marriage in the 21st century? How do we do relationships in the 21st century? I last week I was talking about friends with benefits, that women don't necessarily need a long-term marriage anymore. They just need a guy who takes care of their sexual needs and goes away. And how in some cases that's more ideal than an actual formalized monogamous 20th century style marriage where it's closed on his end and closed on her end. Do we still do it that way? Absolutely we do, but we don't do it as often, and we're declining in doing that. That's another thing. When Matt Walsh and Jim Sexton were talking, Jim set him straight on his numbers too. Jim set him straight, man. He said it's 50%, and in some cases it's 56%, depending on the aggregate and the numbers that you're using. It could be as low as 43% for new marriages, but even that's still pretty high considering, right? Now I'm looking at all these guys who come out and they want to say, well, divorce rates aren't that bad. No, they are, but the problem is like they want to ameliorate the divorce rate with the marriage rate. Like, well, if marriage was such a great idea and everybody wanted to get married and they saw the better, you would think that the benefits of marriage would be so self-fucking evident that people would be lining up around the courthouse to get fucking married, right? But that's not the case, and it hasn't been the case for a long time. So right now, by current numbers, it is six people per 1,000 who are getting married. That is the lowest marriage rate in recorded American fucking history. Why? The question rate, the counter to this, the TradCon counter to this is always like, well, the divorce rate is falling. Yeah, because the marriage rate is at 6.0, 6.1 per 1,000 people. And they'll go, well, of the marriages that are happening, the divorce rate's gone down. Like, Jesus Christ, it's basic fucking math. Okay, you don't need an algebra degree. You don't need to know calculus to see this. Okay, but everybody wants to find a silver lining and say, well, we should get married. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying the way we do it now, it is an all downside risk for men. And even women could say the same thing. Like I'm starting to see women saying, I don't want to get married. Well, why not? Because the men that are in my, eligible pool of men are either not married, they're something wrong with them. They're under 6 feet. They're just not meeting my criteria for being a marriageable man. Lower your standards. How dare you? How dare you ask me to lower my standards? Well, you're going to do it one way or another. You're going to lower your standard. I think it's funny is like when people like say, well, you need to lower your standards or you need to up your game. Those are really the two options, ladies. If you can't get married, if you're looking for Mr. Right and you're like, I don't know, past 30, 31 years old, your options dwindle with each passing year. So you have two options. You can up your game so high that you can outcompete all the other bitches that are trying to compete for the guy who would be an eligible man, or you can lower your standards. Most women will lower their standards because they don't want to have to go through all the work and hard, for what might be a very, unlikely scenario in the future. So what do? They lower the standards. They're not happy. They get divorced and they move on. And that nobody's happy in that scenario. I'm not blaming women. I'm not blaming men. I'm just saying that just the current state of affairs right now is it's not ideal. It's not optimal. And I think that a lot of people still don't want to connect the dots of, say, like hormonal birth control. They don't want to connect the dots of gynocentrism. They don't want to connect the dots of, why are women being more educated these days? Well, because they have to be. They feel like they have to be. Why don't women trust men? Well, because they're untrustworthy. My dad left my mom, and so therefore fuck men, right? Well, up until the point, right? So when I talk to women who have they're the bad bitches, right? They're the alpha females, and they'll say, well, I can't find a man. Where's my man? I did everything by the book. I did everything that a gynocentric feminist society told me to do. Well, what's that? I got my degree. I got my business. I got my money. I got, I got everything down that I'm supposed to have down so that I can actually compete with men, not women. And I can't find a guy who's of my same caliber, but he's not. He's got to be actually above your caliber, right? Well, those guys are few and far between, as we've seen. I posted several videos about this before. We're going to talk about this a little bit later here. But the idea that women can't find a suitable or an eligible bachelor is it men's fault, or is it the average man's fault, or is it the average woman's fault? And quite honestly, I think it's a combination of the two, but the problem still remains, and there's not really much solution to it, except for, ladies, up your game or lower your standards. For men, up your game. Okay, great. If you are marriage minded, then you're going to have to learn to play the game. The game's not going to change for you, and that's the problem. So when women say, well, where's my man? Where's my man? Where's my man? I did everything I was supposed to do. What my teachers told me would be attractive isn't actually attractive. Well, then maybe lose that last remaining 40 pounds, right? Lose, get down to what, 12% body fat, right? And see if that works. Maybe it will. Ask Robert Barnes and Viva Frey about your legal problem. Well, it's not a problem. It's just like, I'm just wondering what I can do. If somebody wants to take it, I'll be happy to jump on board. It's money it's easy money. It's money on the table for any smart civil rights lawyer that wants to do pro bono work for me. Because I don't know if I don't even know what filing suit like that would cost. Yeah. So with that said, in the past, I've mentioned that we do marriage differently right now. And I'll just very briefly, I'm not going to belabor this too much. We do it in like really 4 different ways. We do it in the way that I do with my wife for the last 27 and a half years, which is it's closed on my end and it's closed on her end. That is our arrangement. I don't go looking for pussy. I don't go advertising. She doesn't go advertising her pussy, and I don't go looking for new trim. I practice catch and release game. Let's just say, right? I don't go that's how it works. Closed on my end, closed on her end. I've never cheated. She's never cheated. In fact, the conditions for cheating are based on that arrangement, on that agreement. Okay. So for me to cheat would be to fuck another chick. For her to cheat would be to fuck another guy. Got it? Pretty basic shit. Then you've got the open on his end open on his end and closed on her end. That's the Mike Sartain, Justin Waller arrangement, right? He's so high value. He's got his main, he's got his girl at home. Maybe he's got kids with her, but he can go outside and he can fuck other chicks as opportunity presents itself. And she's, willing to, as long as he's not knocking anybody up, he's not getting baby trapped, and he's still bringing home the money, he's still super high value, he's still like high enough value to maintain that, then that is a tenable situation for the woman that's involved. People will say, well, she's got low self-esteem, blah, blah, blah. Trust me. I know the women involved in both of those situations, and they do not have low self-esteem whatsoever. In fact, they are happy that they're with the guys that they're with, and they just understand that. They know that's part of the deal, and that's how it's going to work. And maybe it changes in the future, but as it stands, it is open on his end and closed on their end. There's other variations of that, but that's the one I'm most familiar with. Then there is the anything goes marriage. So if you look at like Adam 22 or Destiny, up until he got divorced again, it's open on his end, open on her end, which quite honestly is not really much of a marriage in my book, but they were legally married. Adam 22 is legally married to Lena the Plug. And Destiny was legally married to Melina. That was their arrangement in their marriage. The state doesn't care about what your fucking arrangement is. They only care who's going to be filing for joint taxes or who's going to be filing for separate taxes. That's really what it boils down to. And there's other, benefits of like, survivor benefits and insurance and stuff like that. Understandable. As I've said before, same-sex marriage, which I think deserves a little bit of a mention here. It's not gay marriage. It's same-sex marriage. And the way the state looks at same-sex marriage is not like you're a homosexual, although most of them are homosexuals. But I said it in a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical situation here. But Rollo Tomassi and Aaron Clary could be married. We could get married tomorrow. Get down on one knee and offer him my undying love, right? I could go do that. But the stipulations in the arrangement of our marriage is I'm a heterosexual man and Aaron is a heterosexual man, despite popular conception. And we could arrange it this way where we say, okay, we're going to live in the same house. We're going to be bros. We're going to be good bro mates. We're going to get married. But the stipulations of our marriage is I get to go fuck hot bitches and you get to go fuck hot bitches. Got it? Okay, cool. Now, the state doesn't care that we're both two heterosexual men in a marriage because they only care about the contract. They only care about the license. They only care about who's filing whose taxes, more or less. They don't care that our arrangement is I get to go bang hot chicks in Las Vegas and so does Aaron. And that's just how we work it out. They don't care what your personal stipulations are. They only care about who's getting married and who gets survivor's benefits and whose insurance goes, whose name goes on the insurance and blah, blah, blah. That's how that works. It's not homosexual marriage. It is same-sex marriage. That deserved a little bit of a mention there. But Lena the Plug and Adam 22 are legally married. I've seen the wedding pictures, for fuck's sake. She was dressed in white. and was it Destiny and Melina? They were, and I'm sure I could probably find some other people who have a similar arrangement. That's marriage in the 21st century. Justin and Mike Sartain with their situations, with open on his end and closed on her end, that's marriage, or could be marriage in the 21st century. What I have closed on my end, closed on my wife's end, that's marriage in the 21st century. And there's one more. There is closed on his end and open on her end. Whatever do you mean, Rollo? Well, that's the most common arrangement right now. Because when a guy and a woman get into a relationship, when they get into marriage, the understanding is that it should be closed on his end and closed on her end. But if that woman's still on Instagram and that woman happens to work on OnlyFans and she's still advertising her sexuality as, well, maybe it's part of her job function, or maybe she just likes other men to look at her hot ass on her vacation pictures that her hubby took a picture of, right? She's essentially advertising her sexual availability on Instagram. Ergo, it is closed on his end, because if he were trying to hit up on the waitress and trying to pitch himself and try to hit on somebody, that would be considered cheating. But in this arrangement, it's not considered cheating if that woman is trying to convince God knows how many men online that she is single, her ass is available, and follow her on Instagram. That is a similar situation to him being closed on his end and open on her end, because it opens the opportunity up for her. So if she finds a guy who's better than the dude she's with, as a result of keeping her Instagram up, keeping her OnlyFans up, therefore it is open on her end and it is closed on his end. Those are really the four models of marriage in the 21st century. So it seems, until we can come up with this idea of like, is it going to be based on monogamy? Is marriage monogamy? Is a long-term relationship based on monogamy? I'm sure there's several, certainly trad cons in the audience that are going to go, well, of course it is, right? Well, the thing is that's not necessarily the way we're doing marriage and monogamy and long-term relationships in the 21st century. So until you can give me a definitive answer as to what is a long-term commitment, what is pair bonding, that's another term that people just love to fucking throw around, man. Oh, pair bonding. Okay. What does that entail? Is there a formalization of it? Is it just I'm with you and you're with me until I find somebody better or you die? Is that how it is? Because until you can codify that in some way, all of this research that ends up and uses long-term relationships and uses monogamy and uses pair bonding as the litmus test for dynamics like ovulatory shift, for dynamics like dual mating strategy, or even mate switching hypothesis, for all of this really, cerebral evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology, all of these hypotheses, if the final result of the end goal is pair bonding, you're asking the wrong questions, especially in the 21st century. So when we say, well, let's see, men and women in marriages are happier. Okay. Tell me how happiness is defined. They don't care. They just go, well, it's the carrot at the end of the stick. We want to be happy in the long term, right? So therefore we should be married. Well, that's not always the case. And Jim Sexton was saying almost something very similar to that to Matt Walsh on yesterday's show, or the day before. And so it's one thing to have a divorce rate of like, say, 43%. And that's, like I said, that's as conservative as possible, right? You round that off to 50 plus. How many men and women are in relationships with that is not considered sexless? Because I can give you the stats for that. 20% of American marriages are considered sexless. What does that mean? It means that the couple is only having sex 10 times a year. That's less than once a month. That's considered by the APA and the CDC, that is considered a sexless marriage. 20% of people in marriages have sexless marriages. Whether that's because the wife is frigid or the guy can't get it up or there's a medical issue or something else, that's irrelevant. Usually it's not. It's just it's a mismatch in libido. No, it's not. She just doesn't want to fuck. Okay. Or maybe he doesn't want to fuck. So you got at least 20% of marriages are sexless in the United States. I don't know what they are in other countries. So you got that. Now you're at divorce rates or marriage rates in the shitter. You've got 50% chance of like getting divorced, by the way, within the first 5 to 9 years. Average is about 7. And then you've got the average age of first marriage, which is 30 for women and 32 for men. Add to that a 20% rate of sexlessness in that marriage. And then what else happens after that? What I think is funny is like there's already the 50% chance to get divorced in the first place. Plus you're going to add a 20% chance of having a sexless marriage on top of that. Is it any wonder why like infidelity or like porn addictions or like non-communication is like the number one related reason as to why, men and women get divorced? Oh, women initiate 70% of divorces. Yeah, well, probably because they would need, why? I don't think anybody really addresses this. And I just, the thought came to me when I was watching Matt Walsh and James Sexton is that they want to say, well, maybe it's because the men didn't live up to women's expectations, right? Maybe they were bastards. Maybe they were, they got fat. Maybe they lost their job. Man, it's like, it's all on the guy, right? That's always the presumption of this, that it's the man who couldn't keep up his end of the bargain, which was supporting her and like protection, provisioning, parental investment, right? Couldn't keep up his end of the bargain. And I'm thinking that again, you're using marriage as a litmus test, right? Well, you're not passing the test. You're not qualifying for her needs and her demands and her side of the whole thing. And if you don't do that, then of course she's going to divorce you, right? 70% of the time. And I don't think we really think about the consideration between just the actual, like the overall atmosphere, the context within what that's all about. So we're already looking at it from a female perspective. No one ever says, well, maybe I'm wrong in this, but like, no, I've rarely heard guys saying, oh, I left her because she wasn't meeting my needs. Usually it's sex. Even that's like when Matt Walsh asked James Sexton, he said, well, what's the solution? He said, for women, sex, fuck him. That's basically what it boils down to, because he's seen this enough times. For men, it's, oh, you pay attention to her, tell you appreciate her. It's like this laundry list of things like guys could do. The one thing that women could do for men, suck his dick. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And even that's like a bridge too far. That's just too much. No, I can't do that. Because I think women understand that that's their agency, and it's also like a power that they have over the guy too. So when people say, oh, you shouldn't weaponize sex, it's just something that comes natural. It's like, it's a reward. It's basic, being a behavioral psychologist. It's operant conditioning, right? It's reward. It's desire, a reward or a reinforcement of desired behavior. Guy does what you want him to, you suck his dick. The end. So when I see studies talking about like, well, more long-term relationships are created as a result of not Tinder and Hinge and Bumble, but as meeting as friends, blah, 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 right? The underlying message is be her friend first, and then you'll have a better, more successful relationship, right? Which, if you're hot, if you're Tom Brady, sure. But it always precludes all these conditions. But the thing is the operative goal is get married. Pair bond. That's where the nature of the behavior, or I shouldn't say that, the initiator, the origin of like the prompt of that behavior should always lead to pair bonding. That's where it goes. Rather than leaving out any, like if we're going to talk about male attraction, female attraction, arousal, attraction, if you're going to talk about like hypergamy, I'm going to talk about here in a minute, you're going to talk about hypergamy. You're not looking at hypergamy as a way or a means to form pair bonding. You're looking at hypergamy to get your foot in the fucking door. So I said before, like when I'm criticizing mate switching hypothesis, the main critique and all that is that the end result or the litmus test for that is a relationship, is that is the goal, as opposed to, well, to switch mates presumes that you already have a mate. Well, how did you get to the mate? Well, I don't know. You just had to be cute and talk to them and just get out there and do it, which I think is kind of ironic, because I listen to Destiny. I listen to some of these other guys who are like talking about like how, well, men just need to get out there and do it. They need to go out there and talk to these girls, and they need to go and be proactive about it. And they need to be, get off the line and stop hiding behind the buffer of Tinder and Hinge and Bumble and dating sites and Instagram and everything, and actually get out there in the real world and start, taking it on the chin if you have to, but like get out there and make approaches. And I'm like, so let me get this straight, Destiny. Your solution for incels and the male sexlessness, epidemic and the male loneliness epidemic, your solution to that is basically pickup artist game. Learn game, go out in the clubs and talk to these girls. So, congratulations, you're red pill. Glad to have you. Now go back home. Like that's your solution. Your solution is basically what the pickup artists in 2002 were saying. Bravo, we finally come full fucking circle. Yeah, but I think we ask the wrong questions. So when people want to say, well, especially when I'm looking at somebody like, say, Alex from Date Psych. Alex from Date Psych has his own like matchmaking site. I don't know if you guys know that. I think it's called couples.com. I forget what it's called. No, it starts with a T. What the fuck is it called? But it's basically the end result is like, oh, get together and have this monogamous great relationship with one person, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. But what if I want to be polyamorous? Because that's how we do. That's hell. Destiny was married to Melina. Didn't work for them, but apparently it's still working for Adam 22, even though people think he's gay. Well, not allegedly. I don't know. I don't care. But he is married. What about now? Mike Sartain is not married to Kylie, but let's just say for sake of argument, they are married. How do I get into that situation? By going out and, going to clubs and seeing who's down? Don't I have to know something about female nature and know something about women's innate mating strategies in order to even get to the point where I could say, oh, we're going to pair bond? You don't get to the pair bonding part until you get to the pairing part, right? And to do that, you have to know what women's nature is, and you have to know what men's nature is as well. So now, one thing that's I've been criticized of recently is this idea of the ovulatory shift being something that is like not replicatable anymore. And first of all, I think that's horseshit, because I can point to dozens of studies, recent studies, that have pretty much confirmed at least aspects of ovulatory shift. Ovulatory shift is the idea that women are more attracted to certain, let's say, masculinity types at different phases of their menstrual cycle, which, by the way, has been confirmed even biologically. Women's brain structure actually rearranges itself during menstruation. So from one phase to another phase. I've shown the stats on here before. And this is a recent study too. This is like 2022. So that's one. And like I've said before, I don't think it's going to be evolutionary psychology that proves dual mating strategy. It's going to be evolutionary biology. It's going to be looking at the physical aspects. It's going to be quantitative data, not qualitative data. There's a difference between those two. And so when I'm looking at people trying to debunk the works of like Marty Hazelton, who's been doing this shit for at UCLA of all places for like the last 30 some odd years, I look at this and I mean, even prominent Evo Psych people are trying to sort of like backpedal away from this because it's unpopular. If I can't go on this show without people wanting to divert my traffic to Justin Manbun Baldini, what do you think it would be like if you were like, say, Stephen Gangstad, or you're one of these evolutionary psychologists, or even David Buss, right? Who has, for the past probably 30 years or 40 years, in the case of David Buss, who's been talking about this and is essentially reinforcing and backing up a lot of this stuff. Imagine you're that guy and you're going to be included on that terrorist watch list. You're going to be included in that DHS, designation. right? So would it not then behoove people like that to sort of backpedal on this stuff and try to soft sell things and try to find ways to sort of, you know, lessen the blow of something like, say, as incriminating as like ovulatory shift? Yeah, of course they would. You're gonna watch your ass. I mean, I can remember when I forget the name of the guy who was at the college, but there was I think it was a TED talk, and we were talking about this. There's a guy who was it wasn't Steven Pinker, but it was somebody like Steven Pinker. But even Steven Pinker, like he was saying, you know, there are definite gender differences between men and women, and here they are, black and white. When we talk about like transgender men, you know, in women's sports, when we talk about that, you could see it right there, plain as day. I mean, it's reality, but we still want to cling to this idea of the blank slate. We want to cling to the idea of social constructionism. So when Steven Pinker says, well, men tend to be more interested in things and women tend to be more interested in people. And when we look at the data and the research that shows that women are more interested in personal security, and they're more interested in redistributive policies when it comes to resources and money and things like that. And they tend to be more egalitarian and more socialist, whereas men tend to be more capitalist and more hierarchical. And it's part of our brain structures, and it's just something that, you know, genetically, this is just how we evolved to be. That's when you get put on a DHS watch list. That's when you get an NGO that has to silence you and put a gag around your mouth. That's when you get that's when they got to take matters into their own hands. So keeping that in mind, when I talk about ovulatory shift, and then people say, well, this doesn't actually, it hasn't replicated. It's the crisis of replicability, right? Or something like that. And by the way, that crisis started right around the same time that women started like inserting themselves and coming into academia in great waves. Look what the enrollment rate is of men versus women even today, right? And it's only going up for women, and it's coming down for men. So do you think that that's going to have any effect on replicability? Do you think that's going to have any effect on funding for that research? Do you think that's going to if it's all women doing this research, would they be motivated to try to debunk ovulatory shift? Of course they would, right? Of course they're going to go start looking for shit like that. Right? But again, I think that even when they're trying to debunk ovulatory shift, it's because they're looking at it from the perspective of what is going to put men and women together to have babies and be pair bonded. And I think that asks the wrong fucking question, which is why I keep saying we need to unplug from the matrix of relationships as being the litmus test for our research and our studies. And it's never going to catch on because there's no money in it. And the women involved in that research, the largely majority of women involved in that research, are never going to want to take it up. Women aren't going to do what's not in their best interests. I've said that about politics. I've said that about science. I've said that about academia. I've said that about corporate workplace. Women are not going to try to do things that are against their interests. When women come into politics, when they come into any kind of political power, the first thing they do is not try to do something for the greater good of the people and their constituents. It's for whatever benefits the sisterhood. So then it's going to be like, oh, we need to have pregnancy leave. Oh, we need to have this. It's whatever is going to their test of female politicians is not how many people they can help. It's how many women they can help, at least from the jump. Okay. Or how can they keep those benefits, keep them going? So that's essentially, like, if you think about it, that's why women get into politics in the first place, because they have something to prove. I'm the first woman to ever be a congresswoman. I'm the first woman to ever be a senator. I'm the first female president. By the way, Kamala Harris is the first female president. Don't believe me? She had to be sworn into office when Joe Biden had to go. What did they put him under? They had to put him under for some surgery. So he was like anesthetized, and they had to put him out for the surgery. During that time, they had to swear her in as the president. So Kamala Harris is actually the very first American president by technicality, but it's true. Like that. So I was actually right about that prediction for one day. It was one day. It's a technicality. You are correct, sir. So anyways, so I'm going to show you this video here really quick, because I think this sort of gets to the point. This is Dr. Jordan Peterson, and I forget the name of the other chick who's on the other side of this, but I felt like this kind of would be a good jumping off point here. I believe this is it.
When we take the birth control pill, what it does is, instead of allowing you to cycle between these two hormones, because you start this big increase in estrogen, which is coordinating all of the activities related to sex and conception, because this is the period in the cycle in which sex can lead to conception. And
How long a period is that?
It's about so that period of time is about 5 to 7 days. So about 5 days prior to ovulation, and then within 24 hours of ovulation, during that window, which we call the fertile window, sex can lead to conception.
And that's how many days a month?
It's about 5 to 7.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So, and then after ovulation, a little temporary endocrine structure forms from the empty egg follicle, and it begins releasing women's other primary sex hormone, which is progesterone. And when that hormone is being released, it tends to make us sleepier, it makes us hungrier, it makes us, it lowers our testosterone levels, it does a bunch of things physiologically that are helping prepare women's bodies for pregnancy.
Okay, so just in a nutshell for this, she has essentially described exactly what I have said since certainly before this, but like since I went on the 21 convention. My very first like public speech on the 21 convention was a speech called Hypergamy, Micro to Macro. This is almost to the letter what I said during this, which is there is the proliferative phase, which is they call it when ovulation is taking place. It's usually within the first, it's in the first, like it's at day 10 or day 12 is when women and the ovulation happens and women become more proceptive to sexuality. And again, just to head some people off at the pass, it doesn't mean that she's going to, and I've said this before, it doesn't mean she's going to go cheat on you, but it does mean that she's probably going to want to have sex more. She's proceptive to sex, meaning like she'll go out and look for it. If a woman is in a satisfactory relationship, she's probably going to want to fuck her boyfriend or her husband more. Got it? Okay. It's not a license to go and cheat. However, if she is not satisfied in that relationship, the odds are higher that she might cheat during that phase, depending on a lot of different contexts and everything, circumstances that are going on. I said this as far back as 2017. Okay, actually, I said it before in the very first book. I guess 2011. We technically, because I put that stuff in the book. So you got that. She's basically saying exactly to the fucking letter what I have said in The Rational Male, talked about in 2017, and still talking about today. Okay, this is where she's at. Okay, this is essentially Dr. Marty Hazelton's ovulatory shift theory, and what she's saying right here, biologically, not evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology is true. All of the things that she's saying are provable, are factual, are easy to determine. You already know what progesterone levels are. You know what's happening in that woman's biochemistry at that point. Also, as I said before, during menstruation, women's brain architecture, the function that physically changes. White, like we should say, right? White matter and everything moves around. Okay. It changes because it puts women into the most optimal condition to conceive, to be fertile. So when I listen to tradcons today say women need to get off of birth control and it's ruining women, right? And birth control, like we just saw here in a second in the chat, birth control is a psyop from the Rockefellers or the elves, right? Whatever it is, right? So when I'm listening to like Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, name the conservatives, the tradcon conservative female pundit out there saying women need to get off of birth control because it messes up your natural flow or messes up your brain chemistry or whatever. Those people need to watch this right here so that when I'm listening to other people talking about, oh, ovulatory shift it's not really a thing. Well, if that's the case, then this is all bullshit. Everything she just said, all this whole entire conversation with Jordan Peterson getting off of birth control, it shouldn't make any fucking difference whatsoever if, ovulatory shift doesn't replicate. No, it does. But you know what? The biological aspects of it do. So let's continue.
Right. And prepare ourselves for the possibility that an egg might implant. And so women generally are less likely to be going out and doing risky things and more likely to avoid contaminants. So women's disgust sensitivity increases. There's all of these things that go on that are essentially preparing our body
That's when
for
they
this.
have maximal postcoital regret that.
I bet that yeah, that's so funny. And so you get this waxing and waning between these two.
Hey, did you guys catch that? Did you catch that part? We said post-coital regret, meaning like after the chick fucks you, she gets buyer's remorse, right? There's a red pill. But thanks for confirming that, Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm actually gonna build up JP here. Yeah, that's when women get regret, right? Because they're like, oh, right after the egg has dropped. And usually, like, this is the way I explained it in my talk, right? Is there is from the day 1 to about day 12. But at day 10 to 12, that's when the egg is dropping. That's when women are more proceptive. That's when they're looking for more masculinized features in men. They're looking for a hot alpha guy in the foam cannon party to in Cancun on spring break to fuck. You know, I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another, right? Looking for the hot guy they want to fuck. They want to have monkey sex with this guy. He's there. He's available. She might cheat. She might not. Maybe the guy that she's with, that she wants to have sex with, she happens to be with because she's in a satisfying relationship. Again, we're using relationships as the fucking litmus test here. But be that as it may, this is the time like between day 1 and really day 10 and day 13, 14, 12, somewhere in there. That's when women tend to be more interested in the jerk, in the guy with the dark triad, personality traits, the guy who's jacked, the guy who can fucking bend her over the fucking kitchen table and take, ride her to glory. That's what she's interested in. Then the egg drops. And now what happens? Oh, everything goes into nesting mode because with respect to the hormonal birth control, women tend to go into a nesting mode because the body, as she was saying here, thinks and believes that it is pregnant or it might be pregnant. And so there's a biochemical change once again in the brain, right? Provable, seen it already, got the data set for that. There's a physical change that happens. Why? Because the body thinks it might be pregnant. And then she goes into nesting mode. And now she wants her friends to talk to her. And now she cries. And now she watches sad movies. And now she has Ben & Jerry's, a big quartered Ben & Jerry's, right? And she calls her emotional tampon Beta Bucks, orbiters. Oh, he's such a bastard. He fucked me. I can't believe it. I would never. That's when the betas like comes flocking around, right? Like, oh, I would never treat you like that, baby. Why do you keep going back to him? Blah, 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 blah. Right. Well, the reason why those beta orbiters are drawn into all that is because she's in her down cycle. She's now what's the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle. Okay. It's when it gets to the point where she's going to flush all of that blood out. We have PMS at that point and just sort of, but essentially what she's describing here is what I've said. And this is, I'm not doing this. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. This is actually in the book Hormonal by Dr. Marty Hazelton. That's where I'm getting it. And I presume she's probably getting some of it herself from Dr. Hazelton. But Dr. Hazelton has suggested that when a woman gets pregnant, she goes into the nesting phase. Like she knows that she's pregnant. So now she's got to go and prepare the room and put up the curtains and put up a pink and a blue balloon to see if it's a boy or girl. Like that's when she gets emotional. That's when her body is swimming in the hormones and she wants ice cream and pickles, like that kind of shit. That's the nesting phase because she needs to be secure. Women want to, overall, women need long-term security. And part of that is the fact that she's going to be pregnant for 9 months with a baby and then she's going to have to nurture that baby afterwards. And the number one thing women need is they need security. They need a strong guy to protect them from invading tribes, saber-toothed tigers, whatever the fuck we're going to call it, whatever euphemism. I don't mean actual fucking saber-toothed tigers. I mean like fucking, outside threats, okay? They want to know that the lights are going to stay on and the food's going to show up from Uber Eats, whatever. Okay. But the external threats are going to be taken care of. That's why she needs a fucking strong ass guy who's dominant, who's protective, parentally invested because he knows it's his fucking kid, hopefully. And he's going to provide for her. Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. That's the nesting phase. But that's when a woman is pregnant. When she's not pregnant or hormonal birth control convinces her body that she might be pregnant all the fucking time, she might be in a nesting phase all the time, or she might go through a small, sort of a micro nesting phase. And that's really what Hazelton suggested. I've said this on occasion, is when women go from the perceptive phase, they go to the proliferative phase, which is when right before the egg drops, and then it drops and they go to the luteal phase where everything flushes out. That luteal phase is really defined by a sort of a micro nesting phase. And that's when she wants to talk to her friends. And then of course she gets PMS, she floods, she gets cramps, she washes out, and then she gets bitchy. And this is theory. This is not, don't know if this is proven, but the idea is that the reason why women get PMS and they get bitchy during their period is to force away the beta males. All the people who came to her rescue during her sort of micro nesting, now we can't have them orbiting me right now because I got to get ready to go back into my proliferative phase so I can fuck the alphas again. And then the whole cycle repeats itself. She's going to talk about that in a few terms here.
Hormones that are organizing our bodies for two different activities: implantation and conception, or pardon me, sex and conception, and then implantation and pregnancy. And we go in between these two states. And each of these hormonal states is associated with different types of psychological patterns and physiological patterns. I mean, even they've done studies where they scan women's brains every day across the cycle and take hormone measures. And it's like you see things like white matter.
Thanks, Trader. Much appreciated.
Density increasing when estrogen is high. Spinal, you get new dendritic spines in the hippocampus when estrogen is present. And then these things retreat when you're under the control of progesterone. And so we experience all these changes.
Right.
And that's a very normal part of being a woman. And when you take the birth control pill, what it does is you get a daily dose of a relatively low level of synthetic estradiol, so estrogen, and a relatively high level of synthetic progesterone, which is called a progestin because it's not biologically identical. And this mimics the state that a woman's body is in during that second half of the menstrual cycle when conception isn't possible. And what this does is it sends a signal to the hypothalamus not to stimulate the ovaries to produce a new egg, because it's essentially waiting to see what happens with the one that was just ovulated. And so when you're taking the pill, you get the same daily dose every day of this synthetic hormonal state that's kind of keeping you.
So in principle, the body's reacting as if the woman has been sexually satiated in the most fundamental way. She might be pregnant.
Yes, she might be pregnant, essentially, is what that is saying.
And so one of the logical consequences of that correct me if I'm wrong, she should be less interested in sex.
Bingo.
But then this also ties into the change in her preference for men.
Yes.
So let's talk about that a little bit. Because, well, one of the things that really shocked me when I came across this probably 10, 15 years ago was that there was pronounced variability in the faces that women found attractive across the menstrual cycle. And so if you take...
Okay, so this is one of the points of contention you're going to find from the people who are anti-ovulatory shift or are anti-dual mating strategy. They're going to say, this has not been replicated. It doesn't matter. Facial symmetry, facial masculinity it hasn't replicated, and so therefore it's been debunked, and you can just go home and I don't know what it means now, but fuck everything. Fuck all these red pill guys who think that that's what it's about. Well, there's other tests that they've done besides facial masculinity. Just throwing that out. That's one experiment amongst dozens over the course of 30 plus years. So let's keep that in perspective before we go on with this, because people are going to say that it doesn't matter what phase of the cycle, they either love them or hate them, right? Well, if that's the case, then everything she's saying and everything he's just said right now is all horseshit. We can just throw it away and disregard it. Okay. All that stuff, it doesn't make any difference, at least according to like people who are sort of anti-ovulatory shift. They don't think that any of this really makes any difference. And really what it's doing is it's trying to support this, sort of blank slate bullshit realism again. The fact of the matter is that they wouldn't be having this conversation. Oddly enough, this conversation here is really meant to be as a deterrent of women using hormonal birth control. But oddly enough, they make the case for ovulatory shift in the midst of saying, well, women should get off of birth control. Well, the long and the short of this is, and you'll get this here later on in the rest of the video, is that they're going to say, well, women should go off the pill so they can be more accurate in their assumptions of the guys that they're actually aroused by and attracted to. Because what happens is once women go off of the pill, then so that they can actually have a child, then they come to realize that the weesh beta male piece of shit, soft face, soft male that they married and thought was so attractive. Well, they only found him attractive because, well, you're on this synthetic hormone that makes you think that your body's always, you're preferring men who you wouldn't necessarily prefer. Okay. So you have two choices, anti-ovulatory shift guy. Either they're wrong or there is something to ovulatory shift. When women go off of the pill, their libidos increase, but they also report wanting to get with a guy who's not like the guy that they ended up marrying while they were on hormonal birth control. Now, I have my own estimates of this, but I want to leave this to Jordan Peterson and this, I forget the name, the lady's name, the researcher here, because they're making the case for ovulatory shift by saying you should get off of hormonal birth control. So what is it? Are there actually, why would it make any difference? Why would women have any struggles with who they were going to marry, who they were with in the long term, or who they were trying to have a child with? They go off of they go off of hormonal birth control, and now suddenly they look at their husband or their boyfriend, whoever they're fucking to have kids with, and they realize, you know what, I'm not really into this dude, because now I'm off the hormonal birth control, and now my cycle's gone back to regular, and suddenly maybe I find the lumberjack more attractive than this, weesh little programmer guy that I got with. Who knows, right? Well, you got to pick one.
Can lead to
there is pronounced variability in the faces that women found attractive across the menstrual cycle. And so if you take photographs of the same man and you widen or narrow the jaw, widen jaws is a sign of more classically dominant. It's the wrong way of thinking about it. Competent, confident, masculine faces. You can do it with the same man. And the women who are in their most fertile periods prefer the wider jawed men.
The 40 days leading up to Easter.
I was going to scrub past this real quick. This is their ad. Sorry.
Terrifying if that's the case.
Right. No, it's
a real problem, because it might be that women on the pill really don't like masculine men. That's probably a problem, because we have a lot of tension between women and men in our society, and we have no idea how much that's driven by the fact that the pill is transforming the manner in which females perceive the most masculine men. I mean, it's a terrifying if that's the case.
Right. No.
You know what's more terrifying is the fact that I am on a DHS watch list and an NGO wants to redirect my fucking traffic for saying pretty much the same goddamn thing that Jordan Peterson is saying right here. That's what's scary. You know what's really scary is having access to this shit and actually connecting dots that people don't want to fucking connect. That's pretty scary. But be that as it may, the thing here is, if women get off of birth control, do they find other more masculinized men more attractive? Do they want a guy who's got more muscle mass, right? Do they want a guy who's taller? Do they want a guy who's got a more dominant personality? And the answer, at least according to this researcher here, is yes. So if you're going to say that, ovulatory shift doesn't track and it doesn't replicate and everything, well, what does replicate is biology, hormones, and the effect that those hormones and that, endocrinology, whatever, that chemical cocktail has on women's behaviors, on women's preferences, on women's arousal and or non-arousal, depending on the case. That is right there, provable. So would it not stand to reason that evolution would find ways biochemically to predispose women to want to have babies? Would it? Because that's really what this kind of boils down to.
It's very provocative, right? That's the word I would use. It's incredibly provocative, because what research has been showing now for about 20 years that when women are in the point in the cycle when estrogen is high, that's associated with an increased preference for testosterone cues, like you said. Vocal, facial, and behavioral masculinity are things that women are really zeroing in on right near high fertility in the cycle. And this, of course, begs the question, well, then what happens if a woman is on hormonal birth control and is never in the estrogen dominant phase of her cycle? Then what happens? And researchers have since asked that question. And what they tend to find is that women who are on hormonal birth control desire a somewhat less masculine male face and male voice. And there's been some research even showing that if women chose their partners when they're on hormonal birth control and then discontinue it, that this can lead to changes in how they perceive and how attracted they are to their partner.
Yeah, I read that. Tell me if this is right, that if they picked an attractive partner, when they're off the pill, they find them even more attractive. But if they picked a less desirable partner, when they're off the pill, they find them even less desirable. So it seems to, okay, so that's right. It magnifies the consequence of their choices.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden the blinders were off. And so now they can, if they chose somebody who that they found attractive, and because they weren't really paying that much attention to that or weren't prioritizing that when they were on the pill, all of a sudden the blinders are off. They see it, they love it, they're attracted to it, their relationship satisfaction goes up, their sexual desire in the relationship goes up. And if the opposite happens, it's the opposite. And we just,
so do women on the pill pick friends as mates?
Oh, interesting. I've never seen a study looking at that, but I mean, it wouldn't be a far stretch to make that prediction, just because it does seem like women who are choosing their partners on the pill, if there's a pattern that's found, the pattern is that women are generally zeroing in on qualities that have less to do with sexiness and sexual desire and masculinity, and more zeroing in on things like safety and is this
nurturance,
like
companionship?
Yeah, exactly. And so
well, you can see that women have a very, very difficult choice to make, right? Because they want to pick a guy who can win a competition with other guys. They want to pick a guy who can keep the psychopaths at bay. They want to pick a guy who's productive.
No, they actually want to pick the psychopaths, Jordan. They would much rather pair with a psychopath than a non-psychopath.
But they also need to pick someone who's generous and capable of forming responsible relationships.
Well, gee, thanks, Jordan, for pointing out the basics of hypergamy. Okay. Women have a choice. It is a dual mating choice, dual mating strategy, dual mating, whatever the fuck it is. Okay. Women will need a guy who can, let's see, slit throats and change diapers in the same day, right? That's quoting Justin Waller. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Women will break rules for alphas and make more rules for betas. Okay. Well, if you're always on birth control, would it not stand to reason that you're always you have a preference for more like feminized, more soft, more beta male men? Can we not simplify it this way? Can we say women who are on hormonal birth control prefer betas over guys who they would not necessarily want to get with? Now, I've done my own research on this because people used to ask me this back in 2017, 2018. They would say, well, Rollo, what about women who are on hormonal birth control, right? Does that not affect them in some way? I've actually had conversations with some researchers here, Hazelton one, others as well. Like they addressed this before. And the data that I've seen and the data that I've gotten from like, I'm trying to think, it's not gang. It might have been Hazelton, but she's actually answered this on a couple of occasions. And to my knowledge, it's that the intensity of the let's see, I don't say the loop, but the proliferative phase to the luteal phase is in sort of that cycle gets compressed or depressed. And now I have Miguel here, who brought me something. What'd you get? Oh my goodness. Anyways, let me finish this up before I bring Miguel on here.
Talk about a play of opposites. And you can imagine that any shift in hormonal balance is going to skew that in one direction or another.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, for partner choice, I always tell my women in my class and also the men, the few men that are in my class, because it's a university and it's all women now. But what I tell them is it's all about making trade-offs, right? And sort of which side of the table you're stacking your coins. Are you stacking your coins more on the sort of sexiness, keeping the psychopaths at bay, kind of masculinity types of qualities? Or are you stacking your chips all the way over here of good caregiver, provider, going to help with the children? Are you putting them more toward the middle? Everybody makes a trade-off, and essentially what our hormones do is they kind of nudge where we put our stack, and what we can see when this happens en masse is you can see en masse changes in partner preferences potentially.
Welcome to Masterpiece Theater. Oh, do I get that here? Give me over here. Okay. Oh man, I gotta put this on. Okay, hold on. Please stand by. I gotta do a set change. Oh God. Okay. Well, where I know this is too fucking funny. Hold on a sec. I don't know if this is gonna fit over. I look like the great Cornholio. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to explain this to you. Nah, I'll do it. Hold on a second. Welcome to the. Is that okay? There we go.
Oh shit!
Okay, here we go. Wait. Damn. All right. I have to talk in a Mexican accent for the rest of the show. Wait, come on, come sit. Oh, wait, we have something else. What do we have? Wait, don't get on to put it. Oh my god. Okay, this is welcome to the Cinco de Mayo. We're illegal aliens. Welcome to the immigrant version of the Rational Male today. Oh my god. Odele. Anda. Okay, here we go. I know some Mexican words. Chimichanga. La migra. La migra. I know la migra. Hey, what's up, man? How are you? Welcome to. What's funny is there's people there's probably people like in Europe and fucking like all over the world. They're like, what the fuck are they? What is this shit? What are they doing? They have no idea what Cinco de Mayo is. Welcome to the Cinco de Mayo version of the Rational Male with my good friend Miguel Munoz is here. Are you gonna put that on? Crypto degenerate? What are you wearing?
Oh,
holy mackerel! Oh my goodness! Let me see that.
Puerto Rico.
There it is. You buy that in Puerto Rico?
In Nazi Puerto Rico.
Oh my god!
In Nazi controlled Puerto Rico.
Really?
During COVID.
Oh my god!
It was the worst. I've never been a part of anything in my life. It was the most amount of shutdowns ever. You had to have both passport. You had to, if you didn't have the shot, you had to get tested every 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have that pass, you basically couldn't go to any restaurant. You basically had to stay in your room, and they wouldn't even allow you to order any. So basically, they're forcing you to get the shot.
Oh, to go into Puerto Rico though.
No, not even just enter Puerto Rico. Do anything in Puerto Rico.
Wow.
So of course, me being crafty, I went to old San Juan, and I was hanging out with all the gangsters and cholos down there. And then there's like this, they call it La Perla.
Uh-huh.
There's like this part of the, it's basically the original settlement part of like of the actual capital city, and down there in La Perla and stuff, it was built way closer to the water level.
Oh, can you hold on? Kyle, can you get the mic? Yeah. Okay, because they're saying the mic's not working. Mine, I guess it can probably hear through mine though.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Audio is terrible. Suddenly the audio went terrible. My bad. Mine's okay though. I think mine's probably fine. God, you went. I was like, I gotta put it on now. I know. We're like, we gotta get sombreros for this. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. Mine. They said mine's okay. Let me get to some super chats while we're waiting. Let's see. Where does it go with that? That last one. I got a pretty decent one a minute ago. Oh, thanks, Trader Z has been like very generous today. Dude, he and I know why, man, because he's been helping me out quite a bit with these shit coins. These all shit coins and altcoins. Yes. Oh, there it is. Okay. Rollo, when you look at a couple in relation, maybe I'm not the best dressed for this question. In a relationship, which indicators do you check first? Body language? How do you get your first impression? I look at quite honestly, I look at the physiognomy between the two. Whenever I see, like, if somebody tells me, like, I mean, I say like a couple in a relationship, I'm always looking at like the matching in like sexual market value, like initially, and that's I think a lot of people do that anyways. So like if you see a couple, like if you let's just I'm trying to think of somebody. Let's look at Mike Sartain and Kylie.
Okay.
Kylie is like a piece of ass. I mean, come on, right? And Mike's a good-looking dude, right? I mean, she knows that she's But Mike's a good-looking dude. He's not bad looking.
Successful.
Successful. He's he works out. You can tell he lifts. He's very successful. He's got and his facially wise. So you look at that and you go, okay, I could see that. Is this? Am I getting one of these?
Oh yeah, I brought you a little. I brought you a little guitar for you. Bro, I tried so hard to find maracas. I could not find them, bro. I looked everywhere. Ole, ole, ole.
No, when I see a couple together, like that's I think most people do that. Like we size people up. I mean, we size up like when you meet a new guy, just without a couple. You see a new dude, you kind of like look the dude up.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And like if you look at Wes Watson, for instance.
Here we go.
If you look at Wes Watson, for instance,
or West of Watson.
He'd call me a trash
Watson
bag.
of West.
I think I'd be a trash bag right now. Yeah. But no, I think guys maybe more. They said your mic's not. His mic's not on.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear him.
If you can hear me saying Taco Tuesdays.
Tacos.
I'm pretty sure.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear Miguel. Please. Okay, one. Got it on. Right. Says it's on. Good to good. Okay, beautiful. We're good to go. All right. Now I think that when you see a couple like, and this kind of.
Are we talking about Wes Watson, or are we talking about?
No, just the couples in general.
Okay.
So like if you look at like Mike and Kylie, you can see that, and you kind of see. Okay, I can see the parody in that. I think when we see like a really hot girl with a guy who's like super overweight, we go, how to spot a rich guy, right? You're like, oh, okay, there must be something that offsets
or a massive age discrepancy.
Yeah, exactly. Or there's something, or you see like a really young, like a good looking dude who's with this older woman, older, like 20, 30 years older than her. And you go, okay, but that's a a sugaring situation of some kind.
But that's applauded. But that's applauded.
Yeah, she's a cougar, right, or something like that. So I think you automatically see this physical imbalance between, because we're expecting to see congruency in we want to think, I think ideally, that there should be some kind of symmetry between the man and the woman, right? And so that there's got to be some parity that's going on there. I think that's one of the reasons why like younger women and older guys really is offensive to women, because there's that naturally that's there, but there's also like that a guy who's that made and who is that we expect men, I think, just psychologically, we expect men who are older, like in their like mid 30s or into their 40s, to be more mature and more like established as men, to have better judge of character, to make more money, to be more established, like money, muscles, and game. That they should be at a different phase or a different level than a guy, like a young guy who's in like 20, half the age. Like he's 25 as opposed to 35. We think the guy who's like 35 to 40, that guy should be with a woman who's like 33. Right.
Which is ridiculous, right?
Especially now.
Yeah, especially now.
And that's great because it goes to today's topic too. Because my topic for today was like, unplugging from the matrix of relationships, right? Well, the reason why we want to see that congruency there is because it's intrasexual competition for women, right? They want to, if they missed out on that high value guy, they don't want that high value guy to go fuck 22-year-olds.
Yeah,
right?
because
they think, well, this is what, if we can convince men and gaslight men to feel shame and to feel bad, to be like Mike's age, 46, and getting with a 22,
even though they've already had that phase, because and because the women never look at it on the other side, because that guy may have not gotten that chance to been like fucking around with 22-year-olds, and
they've been waiting longer. Like they're like, well, I'm still waiting on my Prince Charming to come and sweep me off my feet. Well, now I've met him. He happens to be 42 years old, but he's not interested in me because I'm 38. He's interested in the girl who's 22.
Right.
And so if there could be a way to convince women or men that they should be ashamed for robbing the cradle, right? For getting with a woman who's young, they'll find anything. What are you going to talk about? She's young. She doesn't know anything. And they think that it's like an older guy sort of manipulating a naive young girl, when really it's the older woman who probably hoped that she could have had her chance before she turned 29 years old. Right. Now she's 32 or 38 or whatever, and she can't get with that guy because that guy is naturally drawn to youth and fertility.
I mean, I've seen kids. I mean, I've seen it even in my own real life and stuff, like women getting mad at guys being in their mid 40s getting with 28-year-olds.
Yeah,
and that's because they want kids.
Well, and then
like, you know how hard it is to start a family with the fucking 38-year-old.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen.
Well, and then that's another thing that gets me is I think women who are, especially when they're in their late 30s or early 40s, who think they deserve a second chance at like romance and love and the one and everything else, they're still 4 or 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, and don't know how many years away from menopause. And so, and I think on some level of consciousness, women realize that and men realize that. And if you want to say that there's like I hate using the term the wall, because I think the wall starts here and not necessarily here. But if it does start here, it's when you're perimenopausal. It's right before when you can't have kids anymore. I think that puts the final sort of period on the end of your, like, well, you didn't have kids. Oh, well, you can't have them now. You know, and if there's a wall, that's probably the wall. Are there hot women who could be in their late 40s or 50s? Yeah, sure they are, but you're not having kids with them. You know, there are Fitness America pageant, you know, women who are like in their late 40s.
Sophia Loren.
Yeah. Or if you look at like what was it? Jamie Villamore. She's been on Access Vegas a few times. I believe she's 43 or 44. She has 2 kids. You would think that she's probably 32, and she is fucking smoke show. But at 43, she's 7 years away from menopause, and she's got 2 kids already. Yeah. And I'm not saying that to say, you're sad. You better do it now. That's not me being, trying to be judgmental or shame. It's just a fact of life.
Yeah,
that's just how it works.
There's genetics and there's things. Yeah.
And I thought this is a pretty good, that's a pretty good super chat to get into what I kind of wanted to talk to you about today. King, sorry for the amateur question. Why is bad business for men have a relationship with a single mom? Should we have mercy for their mistakes? I don't think they think of them as mistakes, bro.
Well, some of them probably do.
Well, like, I think what he's referring to is I played this clip of Wes Watson trying to like come down on like all of these bro podcasts whose names I just skipped my mind and I don't know who they are and I won't mention them by name, although I've been on all of their shows. And how they think that single moms don't deserve love, and they think that that children without fathers should not have fathers, and that you shouldn't marry a single mother, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, bro, why don't you just say this? I married a single mother that has 2 kids, and I think you guys are wrong. Why not just, like, instead of beating around the bush and fucking being indirect and talking like a bitch, why don't you be direct about it and mention who you're talking about and mention the dynamics? Because I'll be the first one to tell you, hey, it's good. It's a good thing that kids have a masculine role model. Yes. And I'm pretty sure most people, even in the red pill space, would say the same. I'm just pointing out the fact that when women have 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 different baby daddies, whatever it is, you're essentially signing up for the parental investment responsibilities of a guy who that woman chose to spread her legs for and actually have kids with in the 21st century. Okay.
And it wasn't just a one-time mistake. It was a multiple time thing.
Right. So
this is the one. No, this is the one. This is the one.
Right. And then of course what happens is we get to the whataboutism. Right. Well, what about if he died in combat overseas and she's a widow? Oh, well, then it's different. Yeah.
That is a rare thing.
Sure. Though. What if he died from some incurable cancer? Okay. What if they adopted? Okay. Yeah. But the fact remains is that you're, as a man, you're taking over the parental responsibility. Is that what you want to do?
Right.
Because most guys just fall into that. They don't think about those things.
And this is what I've always appreciated about you is that at least this is how I interpreted the red pill and reading The Rational Male, is that, like, these are the facts. If you're going to go into something like that, have your eyes wide open and you know what you're getting yourself into versus a lot like a society trying to trick honey dicking you into thinking like, oh, this isn't as bad as it really is. And you getting not just divorce raped or anything like that, but I do like this. Hey, yo soy el sombrero, right? But yeah, I mean, and that is a classic guy and girl thing. This isn't just like a common thing for just men or women. It's for both of them, where whatever choices I've done in my life, now I'm going to put them as like a holy sanct. Because I've done this, it is the right thing to do in life because I'm doing it.
Because I've done it.
Because I've done it.
Yes. Yeah. And I think a lot of that comes down to there's guys who tend to be more, let's say, lesser value. I want to say beta, okay, because I think that gets overused. But I think that guys who are lesser value, guys who don't have the same sexual opportunities that guys say in the 20% or the 4.5% for that matter. I think that we would call it cope, right? But I think it's not even so much cope as it is like trying to find rationalizations for why you did what you did, why you're enduring what you're doing right now, whether you actually made a rational choice or not when you decided to get with the single mom. And
But you rolled the dice already.
That you rolled it up, but you're already in it, right? And
Yeah.
so you think that you want, first of all, it's a need for affirmation, but it's also a need to say to confirm the fact that you even though they don't know whether or not they made the right choice, that somebody else has done it, and so therefore they're making the right choice along with them. So it's like misery loves company, right? Or I should say, complacency loves company.
Mexican Gandalf.
Mexican. Thank you. You guys are fucked up.
Oh, dude, I ain't gonna lie. Like this cat matches my hue like really well. Like holy shit, it's kind of hilarious.
You should get the solo shot on him right now. Put the solo shot on him.
I need to grow the goatee out and just like the little.
We almost nailed the white balance for this. we should come in here with pistoleros. Pistoleros. I want to throw that really quick. You said, should we have mercy for their mistakes? But that's the thing, is like, I think that puts it into sort of judgmental territory. For their mistakes. Well, was it a mistake or was it not? Or they just simply was it some, I think people think that I think that there's some sort of grand plot behind all of it. Sometimes when women become single mothers, I think they realize that they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you've never seen a red pill show in your life, right? I think women innately understand that guys tend to hesitate to want to get with a single mom.
Do you think that? So okay, so let's just say the red pill didn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like, oh, dang, she has kids? Does a guy naturally just even go like, oh wait?
Okay, since it's Cinco de Mayo, you've never heard this story before.
Okay,
I think my people have heard this. My people, songs of my people. My people have heard this story before, but I'll tell it to you. When I was how old was I? When I was 22, 23 years old, I played in bands. It was my rock star 20s era. And I was fucking one of the band managers of the band that I was in at the time, right?
Okay.
And
as you do,
right?
Of course.
And now I was 22, and it was a cougar situation. Okay, so she was like, she was 41, and I was 22, and she was the manager for our band, right? So, So I mean, so she was kind of like the den mother of the band, like trying to be responsible for us because we're all fucking unruly bastards.
Make sure you get the gigs and shit.
But then like she just like fucking me, right? So, and she would do fucking anything. Like, I mean, she bought me a car. Like, well, she gave me a car.
Damn, Rollo.
Because she wanted, well, you know, because she wanted to facilitate me being able to come out to her place, right? But one time I got out to her place, and it was like, I want to say it was in Canoga Park or something, or I forget where it was. Anyways, it was in LA.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And it's at a condo, a really nice high-end condo, right? And I'm waiting for her because usually we would go to her place and it'd be dark, and I didn't really think about it. I was there in the afternoon one time, and I'm looking
in the daylight,
right? And I'm waiting for her because she was getting off of work or something like that. And I was looking at the condo, and I'm like, this condo is way bigger than I've seen, because I've been in a condo before, right? A few times.
But you only been in the nighttime.
I'm looking at this condo and go, this is a big fucking condo. Like,
right.
there's more to this condo than I've seen, right?
Right.
And then I remember, like, when I first got on there, it was like, there's this living room, there's a little kitchenette, there's her bedroom, there's a shower and stuff in there.
Yeah.
And then there's this one door that was like adjacent to the living room. And I was like, I remember one time I asked her, I said, what's behind the door? She goes, oh, that's just the laundry room, right? One time it was like, I think it was like Saturday morning, and she was in the shower. My curiosity got the best of me, right? And I went and I looked, and I fell behind the door, and there was a laundry room there, but there's also another bedroom there where her kid would say. Now, he wasn't there. It was wasn't there, I think, but it was like this child's bedroom, and like with toys and stuff, and the stuff in the back. And so she was a single mom, but she didn't tell me that she was a single mom. And I was like, son of a bitch.
And how long have you been seeing her?
I've been seeing her probably like 2 months at that point. I had no idea she had a kid. And I'm too young to care. I'm getting my dick wet from this chick, this 41-year-old girl who just wants to fuck a young guy. Like, we were having a good time sexually. And so, but I'm like, why the fuck would you like I kept looking at this place. I go, this is much bigger than it actually is. Huh. And then so later on, she was just crying to me afterwards, and she's like, I'm sorry I had to lie to you, blah blah blah. I didn't know if you would like me, if you want to still see me if you knew I was a single mom. Now, I'm 22. I've never heard of it. There's no red pill in like the 90s, 1990, right? And so I didn't care one way or another. She was fun in bed. So, but I didn't know any better, and I certainly wasn't going to marry her, right?
Right.
But then I didn't realize until later just how kind of paranoid being a single mother is, like, to the point where she was willing to hide the kid in this very big condo.
For 2+ months.
Yeah. And and I thought about it. I go, oh, she only wants to see me on certain weekends too. So now it's all coming together.
So it was all clicking.
Yes. I was just like, holy shit. But at that point, I didn't realize how big a deal it was to women who were single moms because I was 22. Who cares? But now that I'm older and now that I've been writing what I write, that was actually a really good learning experience for me, just like overall, because now I helped me understand just how, I don't say paranoid, but just how, like, I think women on some level of consciousness are really hesitant to say, and I'm a single mom. Maybe that's different now because you'll see like women on their profiles, on their dating profiles, where they say, I am a single mom and my kids are the most important thing to me. And, if that's not good with you, then you can shove off, mister.
Yeah.
That, I think it's different now, but I think that
even that's even overly strong.
Innately, most of the time that push the kid out of the shot when a hot guy comes down. I think that's a joke on TikTok now too, right? And it helped me understand that I think that there is an innate understanding that men are, at least at the very least, if not repulsed by a single mother, that they're hesitant to get involved with a single mother because that's some other dude's responsibility. Right. I don't think it has to do with like the sex part. Like the sex part is the sex part, right?
Right.
But I think it's the responsibility that if I want anything long-term or permanent with this woman, this is included in the deal. And I'm going to it's a resource drain.
Right.
And again, are you cognitively rationalizing this as you're thinking about it? Probably not, but you're somewhere in your lizard brain. That's
you're doing the math.
Yeah. You're doing the math.
And this other guy is going to be involved in your life now. Whether you want that guy to or not. So he's going to be butting in, because I mean, sure, maybe he's a deadbeat and it's never even a problem. But if the guy is like semi caring about his
wait, we got a genius here. Oh, that'll make her 75 now. No, actually, she's dead now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she passed away when she was 60.
Whoa.
From cancer.
Really? Oh my god, that's sad.
So there you go. There's that attention you wanted.
Hope you feel good. So I have one more question before we get rid of from that story. So piping down for 2 months, right? How long in terms of did you know her and stuff?
Oh, well, I mean, I knew her like
before you guys started.
Professionally. I wasn't really professionally. But I knew her like because she was
before you were Johnny Sins,
Yeah, well, quite honestly, I think the reason she wanted to be the band manager because she wanted to fuck I guess it was me. But that was back when to get a record deal, you actually had to have management of some kind. You had to have people who were behind. You had to have people, right? It was one thing to be in a band and just like play clubs. It's another thing if you've got a manager, you've got a team behind you who's like supporting you. That's how you get it. And then it helped that she was actually involved in the record industry too. So
got you.
Yeah. So that's there was a lot of mutually beneficial things going on and all of that.
That shit is crazy if you're working for somebody for months and months and months, and then from there you get sexual. And then 2 months into you guys doing stuff sexually, then the kid gets brought up after you discovering it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I paid too much attention to like what her personal life was until we started seeing each other. And then even then it was like, why is she giving me a car? Like why does she buy me drinks all the time? Why does she like she wanted to pay for damn near everything? It was really because she just wanted to facilitate being able to fuck me, right? And in between gigs and in between doing shit. So yeah,
you went
it was a different time back in 1990, 91. It's a very different time.
Literally the year I was born.
yes, that's when I was fucking around. That was what I was doing. It's funny. Yeah, you're goddamn right. I was a sugar baby. Guilty as charged, my friend.
Salt daddy.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's I tell you what's funny is like when I talked to I don't ever have like an opportunity to talk about like what I used to do when I was in my 20s.
Right.
But it was a different time then, obviously. But being able to be in that situation, to be in the LA, well, it was kind of like the tail end of the metal scene in Hollywood at that time. Right. So
is that post grunge?
I got it. No, it was just before. It was right on the cusp. Right. I can remember the day when Nirvana came out and all of the record deals that all these metal bands had just went away. Like they just canceled all these people off, and they just started picking up like Alice in Chains and Soundgarden and all the grunge bands. Like Nirvana ended up like ruining the music scene for and quite honestly, by that point in Hollywood, it was all pay to play at that time, anyways.
Really?
And so they kind of had it coming, But
you mean, was it like sort of like payola to get radio play or something?
That there's a little bit of that, but no, it was the pay to play situation. I talked about this actually in my book on religion. Because I see a lot of this happen in the red pill space now. Is what happened was back in the early days, like say like 1982, 81, 82, when Motley Crue first came out, or Rat came out, or like a lot of the LA heavy metal bands of the time, they would play at like Gazzari's, or they'd play at the Troubadour, or they'd play at Roxy or Whiskey. All these there's some of these clubs are still there. Gazzari's is gone. I played at Gazzari's. I played at the Troub. But the Troubadour is still there. Gazzari's is long gone. But they used to be places where like Van Halen or Rat or Motley Crue would get their start. And it was a different music scene back then. Then when metal became this really industrialized, like huge thing throughout the 80s and everything, what happened then is slowly it kind of decayed because the promoters would come in there and they would rent out the clubs. They would go in and just buy out the club. They would go to like, let's just say they would go to the Troubadour. And they would buy out that whole night. And let's just say it's a Thursday night and they're going to have 4 bands on there. So what they would do is they would buy up the club, and then they would get a proceeds from the bar, they get money off the bar. But what they did was they would sell spots essentially to bands so that they could be on the show. So it wasn't best about talent. It was about who could afford to be there. So what they started doing was selling the fantasy of being on the same stage as Rat and Van Halen, and
it's sort of like you're renting a private jet.
You're selling
Instagram.
You're selling them the fantasy of being successful. So really, what they did was, I would say, okay, we're going to give you this amount of tickets, and you're going to sell those tickets. And if you have to sell a minimum of this amount of tickets so that you can be on this thing. Otherwise, you're going to owe us money, right? So you had to have a fan base. You had to be a really solid band to be able to sell tickets to your friends and stuff. Well, most of those bands shouldn't have never been on that stage in the first place. So what do? They sell tickets, or they just simply buy out the stage. They give the money. They're basically paying their share of whatever that promoter put up to cover the cost of that club.
Right.
Now, you could sell those tickets at a profit if you wanted to, as if you were a good enough band to do that. Most bands who wanted to get a start on those stages, they'd be ass out. They wouldn't have the money to cover the ticket costs, and they couldn't possibly sell that many tickets. And so what happened then is the promoter would take some of your equipment, or it would take collateral, like it'd take a mic or something like that. And they ended up becoming like little mini mob bosses, where they were,
or a song.
Yeah. And so, but that was just so that you could get on a stage, the same stage that Rat played on, and you could say, "Oh, well, I played the Troubadour at one time. I played Gazzari's at one time," and that was what was called pay to play. Essentially, that's what you were doing. You were giving money to the promoter who would buy out the club, and then the promoter was making money no matter what, because the club owners would give him a portion of the bar tab. So, for selling out the club. Right. Yeah. You could go up on stage and just sit there on a rocking chair and knit for an hour, and that would be your set, and they wouldn't care as long as the money came in for the club. Right. So
that happens on Spotify now with like these big playlists. There's guys who curate these really big playlists on Spotify. And if you're friends with them, or you're able to pay them and stuff, you get to be on that list, and that gives you guaranteed listens, just because people are addicted just listening to the whole, like, what's hot this week. And this is how you get some Spotify views and get looks. And that's fucking crazy.
That ended up killing the metal scene in Hollywood, because what would happen is, like, there was no objective measure of good talent at that time. So anybody could get on stage, and as a result of that, then the music industry started changing. And then when grunge came in, and that kind of alternative, the Seattle sound and stuff came down, that was coming out of a scene that didn't have pay to play. That was out of Seattle. That was and then I guess like Northern California, like the Bay Area stuff too.
Right.
And that was the only thing that really survived that era was thrash metal. Yeah. Heavy like Slayer and Metallica and that kind of stuff. That survived. But again, all those bands and that genre of music was dependent on the underground scene, not on the stuff that was going up, in Hollywood and shit. But it was good while it lasted. The good times were very good times, but then it fell apart. And then I remember the day that Nirvana dropped Nevermind. That was the day when all of these bands that got signed got unsigned. Yeah, that was like Black Tuesday or some shit.
Right now they're in the chat club Nirvana Hater 302.
Yep, exactly. What do you got here for me? Oh, Nuke. Women's peak years are supposed to be for her to get what she wants from the world, not for men to take for themselves. It's why age gaps don't bother people when it's a 50-year-old man with a 35-year-old woman. Yeah, because you're supposed to be past that prime. Like your potential years are when you're younger. And but I'll tell you what's funny is like that was probably true, I would say, like in the 20th century. In the 21st century, you can write your own ticket. You can make your own game these days. But there's still the sort of the biological understanding of that, like seeing the congruency. Like that one guy was saying, like when you see people and you sort of judge a couple, what's the first thing you look for? I look for physique. I look for physiognomy. Like, does this woman look like she belongs with this guy?
Right.
And you can see, and if there's not, there's always some offsetting factor. Like usually it's money, right? But it could be the guy has a 10-inch dick. It could be that the guy is like makes her laugh, or her parents like her or something. There could be something quirky about the guy. I'm not going to say that that's not a possibility. Usually it's money,
or massive status or something like that. Yeah.
And speaking of which, this is a topic I meant to get into with you the last time we did a Cultivate Crypto thing. And by the way, Cultivate Crypto Q2 coming out. If you want to participate, please use my link. It's the one that's in the first one in the description right there. Coming out soon. We'll talk about that in a minute. But
for sure.
So we're having a pretty good year crypto wise.
A really good year.
Very good year.
Very good year.
Now, is our like election cycle years, are they usually good for crypto?
Yeah. Well, they're usually good for just about everything.
Markets.
Just because politically they can't pass anything crazy. So it's kind of like we know what the rules are. And then it's very steady. It's more we have more turbulent years when we have like the House coming in or the senators, because everyone's promising everything, trying to get elected, versus the presidency is more or less like which side's going to fuck up with doing something stupid, which makes the other side look bad, and then could get the other side elected. And that's why usually they're trying to like the only in terms of like power in the world inside the U.S. system that can still do anything they want really is just really if you're a Supreme Court justice, because whatever they say, they're actually like the final lay of the land. Like if things get so bad where like state level can do it and they go to federal and the federal can't figure out, then the justices basically say that's what it is. Haram. Jew bill fails.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Paul. Here's that attention you wanted.
oh, there's Paul. Shout out, Paul.
Paul, we celebrate Cinco de Mayo here. I don't know what.
DM me, motherfucker.
Aren't you in Canada? Where are you? Who are you? Where are you from? That's what we do here. Oh wait, I got this one. Oh, I got to Nuke. Thanks, Nuke. Okay. No, the reason I'm asking is because like when we have like a bumper year, we have like when you got a good market. And by the way, I got to put shout out to Trader SD.
Oh, shout out.
Because he turned me on to some altcoins, and I'm like, I'm like nervous now because I started like with a very small investment, and like now it's like huge in these altcoins. And I'm not going to tell you what they are because I don't want anybody else jumping in on them. But I'm like, man, this dude knows what he's talking about. I'm like, but they're altcoins, they're shit coins basically. But meme coins more or less. Yeah. And it's like I keep telling him, I said, dude, tell me when to get out, tell me when to get out, tell me when to jump, tell me when to jump, because I don't know. I've never heard of these things before.
So right now, every cycle is a little different. So the crypto cycles are it's like a 4-year cycle, just like the presidency. So it's in a 4-year cycle. The reason that I wasn't caught off completely by this, but we always have a meme cycle. Like last time it was like, oh shit, it was Dogecoin and NFTs. And NFTs are going to come by once Ethereum is above like 5,000 or 6,000.
Then NFTs will come back.
Yeah, they'll come. Same thing happened last time. Like we had NFTs in 2017. It was like Crypto Kitties, Ether Rocks, and like it was really like dorky. Like it was very minuscule sort of thing. It wasn't until Ethereum was like 2,000 in 2017, Ethereum hit $1,400. It went from 50 cents to $1,400 in 2 years. 2 years. I bought it at $5. It was incredible. It's incredible. I've never to this day, I've never got it. It's orgasmic. It's like, oh my God. Every day you look, it's like, I've made more money today than I've made in 2 years. What the fuck? How is
overnight?
I've got 15 employees. I've got trucks everywhere. I had a landscaping irrigation business as a Mexican.
Yes. Kyle, did you work for your brother?
Yes, he did.
And I ran it
begrudgingly.
afterwards.
I forced him trying to like. Anyway, whatever.
Yes. I did my blue collar years.
Oh my God.
Blue collar. Yeah, we had blue collar business right for many years, and I remember just looking one day on my phone and I was like, what? It literally took the wind out of my. I was like, why the fuck am I working? Like it was so like I'm like doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing. I'm working. I've got my guys out. I'm still being on jobs. I'm doing bids, and then I'm busting my ass. We're in the middle. I'm with my guys in we're digging out this huge trench canal and stuff to put down like irrigation pipe and so this 4-inch irrigation pipe. And then I'm just like, what It's up. I'm like,
I made $10,000.
No, it was more. It was like $100,000 swings days.
Wow.
Like I was like, what the hell, man? And this is back in like this is 2017, very end of beginning of 2018, and this is when it all crashed, obviously, right? But so the NFTs were just dead as hell. Nothing happened in 21 until Ethereum went above $2,100. It was all-time high 1,400. 2,100. So this time around, the last all-time high of Ethereum was about $4,800. So we went. Ethereum crashed to $80, went to 4,800, 5,000 bucks. So we're gonna have to like go to like $6,000 Ethereum for NFTs to come back.
Oh, geez.
So but it will come back, and there's gonna be tons of money in it and stuff. But the meme started hella early. Like let me put it in perspective. When me and Charlie started the crypto mindset courses, it's like we started them in September of this year. We're in May still. Yeah, that's how early we are.
How big
the first one we did was in September of 2020. That's where we're at right now. We're in the 2020 year. 21's next year.
That's when. So like when you were doing them first, like in the 2020 year, was it similar to what's going on right now?
Semi, except the meme coins were more like DeFi coins. So it was more like learning how to use. We were barely learning how to use Uniswap. So you know how you're on the phone with like the Phantom app. That didn't exist. We were using janky little like web things to like even try to like buy these shit coins.
Okay. Wait, I have this right here. Oops, wait a minute.
Yeah, ETH is for the most part. Yeah, there's like one or two meme like I made a fucking fortune on Pepe. Shout out to the boys.
Pepe.
Yeah, I was so early on Pepe.
That's where I'm at right now. I know.
Oh my god, dude.
I know.
You degenerate.
Well, what's funny? What's funny is like, because like I'm not used to the volatility. Of shit coins.
Welcome,
so like, I wake up in the morning and it's like $24,000. Holy fuck! And then like I'm about to go to bed at the same night. And it's like shit. It's down at $8,000
in a single couple hours.
And
Yeah, you're like, oh
shit!
shit.
And I'm sweating. And I'm just like this. And then so I hit up Trader SZ. And he's like, calm the fuck down. He's like, this is
get a hold of yourself, man.
He's like, he's like, you're on the roller coaster. Just enjoy it for what it is, man. And then I wake up the next morning. It's like at 26.
Yeah.
It's insanity.
Those shakeouts you felt, if you don't have someone like giving you a steady hand, this is where people sell it, and then they're like, "Oh no, wait!" This is how you get. This is where the money comes from people being illogical, and then their money gets chopped up.
Yeah, it's and then trying to explain it to my wife, who has like no idea about anything about crypto. And I'm like, she's like, "We lost that much money." Like, not we. I lost that much money. And I'm just like, but it's not. You got to remember that it's a roller coaster ride, and the key is to like time it right to jump off the roller coaster, right? But which I have no idea because this is not anything I would be familiar with.
We're still early. Like like the absolute worst case for when this is over would be like February of 25.
Yeah,
February 25. Now, this is some dorky shit right here, but I'll just because I want you guys to know this. So there's something called left translated, which means we're gonna have a shitty bull run, and a normal cycle means like, oh fuck yeah, like what we've had in the past, right? So kind of the worst case is like it's over by February of next year, or if it's a normal one, it's over by like October, September of next year,
right before the election.
So and that difference of 6 to 7 extra months is like 1.5 extra pumps, but that 1.5 extra pumps is massive money. It's massive money. It's a difference where like, oh, I got 10,000. Oh wow, by the end of the year I've got like 80,000 to like the difference of like I'm now touching close to like 800 grand. Madness.
This is great. Divorce when he hits it big. No, brother, that's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon.
Yeah.
Although that's funny. That's actually kind of what I wanted to ask you about. No, I was just gonna say is like when I jumped into this, and like you and Trader SZ are like the only people I trust to help me out with any of this stuff, and I got to go with it. But like I think like I've discussed this with you before, where it's we've gone into too much too young too fast, right? Where like guys get a stay away from
dynamite.
Stay away from leverage. Like, no, dude, trust me. I interviewed Richard Hart. I know ladies, liquor, and leverage will get you wrecked.
There's one more. Lawyers
will get you
the 4 L's.
The 4 L's.
There you go.
Yeah, trust me, I know. No, I was just gonna say is like because you and I like one of the first things we did. I don't think people really realize like how long you and I have been like doing this shit. It was in I guess it would have been October of 2022, right? When we got here in August of 2022, and
when
then
we first moved here.
Yeah,
or we talked about
when
it?
we started moving like business wise, we were looking for a
Yeah.
place and looking for this kind of shit. And I mean, we've done a lot of shit in just a very short time.
I mean, it went from a little idea that we were having in like the background of Fresh and Fit Studio.
Yeah, and now it's
to
to this, right?
And now movie studios are moving
to
here.
wearing sombreros.
You and Mike are doing a show now.
How do you define success? Wearing Cinco de Mayo sombreros and a poncho and stuff.
After the Canelo fight.
Yeah, after the Canelo fight.
That was actually a really great fight, by the way.
Yeah, was it?
So I was surprised. Went the distance. They were fucking going after it. It was Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Really?
It was really good. The 4th round knockdown. It was beautiful.
I didn't see it. I wish I could. Now I'm gonna have to see it.
It's really good. I really would. But the pay line was horrible. It was like something like you had to put down $550 to make $100. That's how much everyone was betting on Canelo.
So the line was
the line was ridiculous. I mean, basically, you put $100 on the other guy, you would have won $390. So yeah.
So like when we got here when we started looking for a building, we started looking for a place in October. We went to PulseCon.
Yeah, we went to PulseCon.
Remember that? And we had this conversation then. I'm wondering how it will go down now. Because then it was sort of like you guys were having a good year that year.
Yeah, we were doing really well still.
And then I'd interviewed Richard Hart. You introduced me to Hex, all this other stuff, and then I didn't realize how much crossover there was between like the crypto space and the red pill space. You guys just did a talk a few weeks ago, about a month ago. And I go in there and there's like, I'm just going to go hang out with you and Charlie just to shoot the shit. And I've got like 10 people going, hey, can you sign my book? Blah, blah, blah. And I didn't realize the kind of crossover there. And I didn't realize how necessary the red pill is in the crypto community because of exactly what I was just saying a minute ago is you got a guy who goes from zero to hero. And he goes from like what you're saying, you made $100,000 inside of like what a week or a day or a week or something like that. And now suddenly you're like, man, I can afford hookers and blow, and
yes.
And so like, I remember like you and I were walking through PulseCon and you go, oh yeah, that guy. And that guy made X amount of dollars in Hex or crypto or whatever. And he's got this gorgeous piece of ass that's like hanging on to him, like on his arm. And I'm looking at that and I'm just like exactly what I was just saying. It's like you kind of look at the physique and you look at the body language and you look at the mannerisms between the two and you look at what she's willing to tolerate, like bad jokes and stupid puns and like, nerd humor and shit like that. And you're like, there's no way a woman that choice would be putting up with that bullshit if you did not have, God knows, like that to me says this guy's got a lot of fucking money.
A lot of money. Where's that? I wish I had that famous picture of like this really old looking, horrible, like tanned Italian guy, fat Italian guy. He's like, show this to your daughter, show it to your son. Remember this right here. Work hard and you'll have money and stuff. Show us to your daughter. Don't fuck up because you'll end up with this guy. That's the whole thing, And those I don't know why the Italy ones are always the Italy memes when it comes to that disparity of age, because there's like tons of stuff of like these 30-year-old chicks getting with these like 70-year-old guys. Is terrible, and then them being in Speedos, which is horrible.
Oh yeah, what's the attraction to Speedos? Like
that's an Italian thing, bro. Like,
I'm good. Know. I'm good. Like board shorts. I'm all right with that. Hey, whatever this is, I don't know what 1,000 ARSs are. Ended 3 months ago. A 2-year relationship. I dated non-exclusive. I dated 3. I got to put it in an accent for you. I dated exclusively this 3 months. And now I'm starting to have feelings for one girl. Should I intentionally get away from her a bit and make an effort to keep on spinning plates, or should I do what I feel and go with it? I'm 22 years old, dude. Spin plates. 22 years old.
I thought it was like 30-year-old guy or 40-year-old guy.
22 years old. Spin plates, my friend. So yeah, keep spinning plates. And I'll tell you the other reason. There's two at your age. There's 2 reasons to spin plates. One is it's going to
shout out Sam Bada.
Yes,
he jumped in the course.
Oh, did?
Yeah,
yeah. No, right on.
Yeah, shout out
I hope you use my link. Yeah, okay. Please use my link. No, I was gonna say the especially at 22, I don't suggest any guy really consider monogamy on any way, shape, or form until they get to be about 30. Yeah. Not because I think you need to go fuck anything on 2 legs. I'm just saying that I'm gonna do a Myron Gaines here, right? You need that experience. You need to experience many women And that's, or you may find yourself running into the same problem that I see these guys in crypto are, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly they go from not having any chicks to having like fine ass women who are suddenly involved with them, and they're not prepared for getting rolled or being a mark or having especially I'm saying they're all predatory women, but to some level, to some degree,
they are.
Opportunism. Let's use that word instead.
Because I have a red pill lens, and I go to these crypto conferences because it's business and work, and like I've got some friends there that go there and stuff. We've thrown quite a few here. There's some women when I meet guys, you could tell there's a pretty girl and she looks kind of like docile versus this pretty girl and she looks like she's up to something. Like some of these women are scheming.
Well, I don't want to burn her too badly, but maybe I do a little bit. Like when I was talking to, and I don't think he'll have a problem with me saying this, but Robert Kiyosaki, when I was helping him through his divorce with Kim Kiyosaki, they are divorced. Okay.
Finalized everything now?
Yeah, that was been finalized for over a year now. But I remember him telling me the story about how they met. And like they met in Hawaii, and I can tell, like just looking at her now in her 60s, I kind of can sort of like vaguely see what she probably looked like in the 70s when she was like 22 or whenever they met.
It's like not Flower Child, but
no, but she was probably surfer girl. Probably
okay.
hot little surfer girl, and she sees this guy, and he's already worth a good chunk of change because remember he's old. He's probably like he's probably like 10, 12 years older than she is.
Gotcha.
And I can say, because here's a guy who's he's Japanese American and he's overweight. He's always been kind of heavy, and he's kind of lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
He's kind of realizes that that's actually important. Right. But he's the kind of guy who led with his wallet all the time. And then he meets Kim Kiyosaki, who basically sees him as a mark. He thinks she's his soulmate, right? Because she's the first girl to spread her legs for him and look past him being a little chubby and he just doesn't understand the nature of women at the time that he's meeting her, right? And doesn't understand the opportunism that comes along with that. And again, you've got a really good looking woman and you got a guy who's probably in terms of sexual market value is probably a step or two below her. But yet she's still interested in him. So what happens is guys who have a lot of money believe that, it worked for me. All you need is a lot of money. They don't care women will forgive a few pounds,
right?
Not for the ones that they want to fuck, but the ones that they want to have some sort of like long-term relationship with, that they're going to get that kind of security from.
Right.
Yeah. And so what I think happens with a lot of guys in the crypto space right now, they go through something similar to what Robert Kiyosaki did, in that they're not prepared for women who are opportunistic women, right? And so he goes.
They're not getting any women at all.
Well, they've been married for a long time, and they only got recently. Like he's 77 now, and I think she's got to be 65 at this point, right? And so I remember how crushed he was when she said, "I don't need you anymore," which probably she's never spoken anything more true than that. And he said this in several interviews, even with me and with other people as well, with Rich Cooper as well.
Man.
I don't need you anymore.
Jesus Christ.
And it was a relationship that was convenient and based on him making money. And then later, of course, she comes in with like rich mom, poor mom. Like she has some sort of variation on his.
She's doing rich
thing.
Mom.
Oh yeah,
she
has the female version, the female empowerment version of Rich Dad Poor Dad.
What is that, Trap Rich Guy?
Well, yeah, probably.
What the
I know.
fuck
No, I think you're thinking Brittany Renner. That would be Brittany Renner. No, she is basically runs the company right now, more or less. Wow. And I don't know what their divorce settlement was. They're still on amicable terms, but like, every now and then he starts wishing that she was for real. Right. I'm like, yeah, but the problem is like, it's hard to tell guys that when they're like that old. Like when a guy gets to be like 60, 65 years old, you say, well, the woman that you're with who just divorced you in a gray divorce, she doesn't need you. She doesn't need you anymore because you can't supply her with anything she doesn't already have.
Yeah.
And so when I see a lot of the guys in the crypto space, they need the red pill. They need to have this preparation. They need to have some sort of they need to have a warning class of some kind. I don't even know what to call it. And that's why I was really kind of glad that I was pretty well known, at least in the Hex sphere. RG3. I got, I interviewed Richard Hart, and a lot of Gary Leisure Suit Gary, who also, by the way, is in with the guys from Kiyosaki's crew, and George Gammon. And
he's linking up a lot with PBD right now, actually, in the Mintra app.
That's how I got him. That's how I got him. PBD was through Kiyosaki.
We mentioned you guys for a long. I mean, it was funny when we first started. When we first really started YouTubing a lot, and we're in the Hex community and all these other, a lot of the gaming communities within crypto and stuff. They were scoffing at us when we were like, "Why are these guys?" I mean, we're like at the time, even more dorky, top dork. Me and Charlie are dorks, but top dorks. Let's put some respect on the name a little bit.
I feel like Cornholio today.
Hey, why do these men? Why does this Mexican hate women? I'm trying to bring in.
What are they doing? This is offensive.
I like these
I'm
guys.
Waluigi. I like money.
Why are they wearing Mexican hats?
Yeah. But I was just gonna say, as I think that, especially in the crypto space, that the red pill is definitely necessary for these guys. At the very least, to sort of be like a warning to help, like, here's something to think about. I'm not gonna try to convince you. Like, you're not gonna the guy's getting his dick sucked by like a really hot piece of ass who would never, like, in any year prior to this, want to have anything to do with the guy. Those guys are hard to reach, especially when they're already
because they're winning.
It's because they're winning. Yeah.
It's like, well, it's like, Rollo, I know you're saying all these things to me, but I had never got my dick sucked at all, ever, and now I am.
I now am. Yeah,
I'm winning right now, bro. Like, why you hate on my shine? Why do you shine on? Why do you cast shadows on my shine right now, bro? I'm winning right now.
You're hating from outside the club. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I hear you. I understand. But those are the guys that end up like Kiyosaki, and like, oh, she's my soulmate. Yeah, as long as you got, I don't know, $500,000 in your fucking
do you agree?
Wallet.
So obviously, society in the 70s is different than it is today, correct? Now, do you think, because the Robert Kiyosaki story, right? Obviously, not just successful then, became million times more successful and famous.
Oh yeah.
Even now he's the one, like,
he's been on Larry King Live with Donald Trump.
Yeah. Has a book with Donald Trump.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say what he told me about the book, but like, but, shout out to him. Yeah. Shout out to Robert, man. He really, were the only people, were the only crypto guys he's ever endorsed.
Oh yeah,
as well. He only endorsed us and stuff. But shout out to Robert, man.
God, and I did that on like just like the spur of the moment.
Hey,
why don't you come on the show with us? It's like, oh my god, like the rest of your lives. It's like, oh my god, Robert Kiyosaki endorsed.
And that was a dream of mine, because like that was one of the earliest books I read on finance ever. Was like, it was literally, I remember, because they had his book everywhere, and but so okay. I wouldn't say divorce rate, but still, it's kind of like, god damn, that's crazy. I don't need you anymore. 40 years, 70s couple. Today, what's speed run like? Is it a 10-year? Is it you know what I mean? Like, there's no way like the average woman waits 40 years today. The modern woman, it's like she, even
to cash out,
right? Because she cashed out, but I mean, they had kids the entire life. 40 years, and then it's like me being like, you've heard that they keep saying the story like that is this 91-year-old grandfather and this 89-year-old woman, he goes through her stuff or something and then finds the letters that she cheated on him while he was at World War II, and then divorces her. Like, it's one of those stories.
Still does it. Yeah.
Shout out to him, Chad.
Or these guys who like find out that like they think they have this wonderful, long marriage, and they find out that the kids aren't theirs.
Well, remember we were doing shoulders the other day? It was that Matt, that guy I was talking to.
Yeah, what the hell is his name?
He's in Hyper Chat.
62 years old. Dude looks like he's 40.
40.
Yeah.
40, bros.
Yeah, amazing.
Like Michael Trent Hearn looks like that. Looks incredible.
Yeah. I need to get him on the show.
You definitely do. He had his story was incredible, and like, and this is the thing about having the finance eye, like taking the red pill and the finance eye. When he finally got divorced, when all like his world finally came crashing down, the housing crisis, 2008.
Oh, really?
Magically, right? The divorce happens right
in it. Yeah.
Same thing happened in my dad's business. My dad had a construction company at the time. This is when all his clients died of heart attacks and got divorced. Like, my dad lost 80% of his clients because of death and divorce.
Wow.
I mean, it was insanity. People went from private jets to no private jets, sell the villas, the wife, and then during that time, they were getting, like, I've seen there's multiple ones where they were getting divorced, and the guy who's getting divorced dies within 6 months of the divorce anyway, just because he's lost all his assets. I mean, these guys are all in their 60s and 50s and 40s, white, just
but
white.
They were previously wealthy, though.
Previously wealthy,
really.
very wealthy people, very wealthy people. And it just goes because they go from like this hero to like they're wiped out, you know. It's incredible, you know. Obviously they were leveraging themselves out to the hilt, of course, right? You know, refinancing, going like building, you know. And the same thing's happening right now in China as well, where like but people can't even complain about it. Imagine that you're a couple and then you're paying payments to have like your dream house built, and the company's not building it, but they still have to do payments on it.
Right. Yeah. So they're locked in.
And then they get there's like famous couples getting like, there's videos of it now where like these couples are, hey, you know, I'm still paying my payment. When are you guys going to do my house? I don't care if it takes 2 years longer, but, and then the company comes out and beats them and puts them in the hospital.
Oh,
how dare you talk out? Yeah. Shit's getting crazy in China.
Yeah. China.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I was going to say is like, I've seen like people will say like you attract who like, whatever game you use, you tend to attract that person. Like, so if you're like lead with your wallet,
right,
you're going to attract gold diggers, right?
Right.
If you are like jacked and juicy as fuck, right?
Jacked and juicy.
Then you're gonna have
Nice
really
and rare.
shallow, vapid women, or like who are like in shape, or you know, like good looking women who are the gym rats are gonna want to be with you, right? And I don't know if that I necessarily agree with that 100%, but I do see the trend, and I do see why people would think that, particularly with guys who have a lot of money. I think when we talk about like money, muscles, and game, usually what guys will do is they will gross out in whatever it is that they think they are most proficient in. So if they're fat, then they gross out in money. Right. If they have a little bit of game, or then they try to be really super funny. Maybe they're good at conversations and stuff like that. Then they lean into that more. That's why I always keep telling guys, I said, like, I don't agree with the idea of like, you know, chase excellence, don't chase women, blah, blah, blah. Right. It's like, no, do both. Right. Why both are possible at the same time. So when people say, you know, chase, you know, accrue assets, you know, get money, and then the chicks will come. And it's like, well, yeah, sure. But, and it's not bad advice, but like also take care of your physique, also take care of like your game, like be a good conversationalist, learn social skills, everything else. It's not impossible to do all of those things at the same time, because there's synergies between all of those three things. So for instance, if you're a fat fuck, and then you get yourself in the gym and you start looking better over the course of like 6 months, 8 months, a year or so. And then suddenly, incrementally, you realize that people respond to you and act to you differently. And people who didn't want to be around you before, suddenly they might want to be around you now.
Because you're proficient in 2 verticals, big verticals.
So what is that going to do for your game, right? What is looking better going to do? Is it going to make game easier? Yeah, probably. You know, you're going to be able to talk to people easier and be more outgoing because people are responding to you in a different way because of the way you look. Sure. Is that shallow? What is shallow, right? It's shallow enough to get you to the next level. Yeah. And then like money wise, like if you get let's just say you get a promotion, or you get a raise in pay or something like that, what's that going to do to your game? What's that going to do to, like, maybe you can use that to, you know, sort of leverage that into your physique, you know, and I'm going to get a gym membership, whatever it is. I mean, there's so many, like, I hate to use the term synergies but there are synergies between those. Each one sort of plays off of the other one. And by the way, the deficiencies in one also tend to lead guys to like a gross out in another one. So if their strengths are, well, I can make a shit ton of money, it doesn't matter how fat I am, because that's all that women want is just fucking money. Well, yeah, until you get to be one of these guys, one of your dad's clients, and then they lose all their asses, and now they're just some fat guy with no money.
Right.
So,
and it's really rough, because there's one guy I was like, I knew him since I was like maybe 14 years old, and basically saw this guy completely get zeroed out by the time I was 23 years old, and he did the classic, housing. Wow, I'm killing it in the housing right now. I'm fucking murdering the game. So he decides to divorce his wife. He meets some chick at a high end. Think of it like this is even before you had a lot of the high end grocery stores. But think of like not a Publix, but like something like a really expensive one and stuff, like a Whole Foods, like a Whole Foods or anything higher than that. He met some clerk there at the wine section because he was picking up all these expensive wines. He even told me this shit, and he was just like shaking his fucking head like I was a fucking idiot, you know. And picks up some, you know, he's buying all these expensive wines because he's fucking murdering the game in real estate, making tons of money. Picks up this stuff, starts talking to this chick, starts cheating on his wife, divorces his wife, gets with her, and this chick starts running him like a fucking ATM. And he's like, and then I'm just I'm younger than Kyle. My dad puts me in this house, so I'm like, helping the whole house out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm watching them getting into a fight every 3 days. So I'm there twice a week, and every week it is a new fight. She's running off in the fucking in the Range Rover, driving around the house back and forth. Oh my god, sorry Miguel, I didn't mean that. Bye. Shit. And just like just seeing this craziness. She's like, why the fuck did you spend $130,000 on chairs? What the fuck is this shit? I don't know. Like, oh my, like just insanity for years. Then housing market crashes. I'm seeing like, and then the money starts going away, and then she starts going like, she starts fucking. Of course, super into horses. Of course, white women, right? Super into horses. She starts fucking the horse trainer guy.
Yeah.
Starts fucking the horse trainer guy and the tennis instructor. Both of them.
Same time.
Both of them. Well, I don't know if same time, but around the same time. And I'm just seeing this, and I'm like, oh my god! And then he's just completely being wiped out. He's lost all his properties. He had his last ditch effort. He had this huge house construction thing that he was building up this huge building in Fresno, and it's kind of not going great. He's trying to like do everything he can through bankruptcy hearings. He can't afford to pay us anymore, really, but we still help him out, And then in the end, finally, when everything's all done, he gets his last little settlement check. He pays my dad everything. He's like really good. He's a good guy. And just now he's like, he went from like living on one of the biggest house. I mean, I'm talking about like $100 million property, gigantic. I'm talking about it's down there, like Pebble Beach golf course is the most famous golf course on the planet. He had a property that probably could fill like 2 or 3 holes on that whole thing as his house.
Wow.
Massive. Used to be owned by the Firestone family and stuff. Massive property. And it got demoed now. There's nothing there anymore. It got turned into like 7-8 houses now and stuff like this. And he lives literally in like he rents from a friend of a girl that he knew in a 1-bedroom apartment.
That's all you need.
That's it.
Wow. What did we say? Leverage, liquor, and ladies will get you right.
El Senor, that was really difficult, to witness, because I got to witness that because I was the last. I was the last person on the ground. He had all these grounds people. We had all this stuff. I was the last person there, along with one maid, and we saw I just saw the complete collapse of an
destruction
empire
of
like a multi. Like this guy was probably worth like at least $100 to $200 million.
Wow,
gone
overnight.
Over poon. Exactly.
Over
poon.
That's
over
right.
some fucking like. And then she started playing this game like, oh my god, I got cancer, and she used the cancer thing and for like, oh, why I got all the side dick, bro. I
remember I was on, I think it was on Adam Sosnick's show, like one of his early shows. Maybe you were there. We were talking about Gary V. How he like ditched his wife and then taken up with, I guess, his personal assistant or something.
Yeah, he got with some better looking chick or something.
She's hot, but I'll tell you, the thing is like a dude that looks like Gary V would in no way have access to a woman that choice, right? And of course, he probably thinks, oh, it's love, she's the one, it's a soulmate, blah blah. I wish I would have met her earlier, blah blah blah. And like, no, dude, it's like the only reason you're with this chick is because you have the.
And that was a real story, by the way. That was real. Hand on the Bible, real. They tell everything to the landscapers. And that's the thing. I was a young kid at the time too, so I've got that was the craziest story, but I've got tons of stories of different levels of that.
Even
you have to understand what that does to it. Like when I'm just processing.
Well, you learn, but at least you had an education and all that. I tell you the other things. That's one way to. I'm glad your dad did that, right? Yeah. That's one way to learn about the nature of intersexual dynamics in women and stuff like that, right? So, like when Myron says, "Hey, fuck 50 women before you consider having a girlfriend or whatever," he's not actually saying fuck actually 50 women, because if that's the case, then I guess I got about 9 more to go, right? But no, it's just like the whole thing about if I were to tell you that to understand, like to have a better understanding of like female nature and men's nature too, by the way, you have to go bang 50 women. People lose their shit. But if I said, well, the same effect can be had if your dad puts you into a situation like you were in there, and you're going to learn that you're learning from the fighting, and that you have a ringside seat to see how this shit go down. Well, that's also an education too. So it's just depending on the context of it, right? You're not actually involved in that relationship, but you're seeing it unfold right there in front of you, and it has an impact on you enough so that you learn something from it. That's also an education that fucking 50 women also would provide for you, so you understand that a little bit better. It's a good thing. And seeing how those things go down. So, and maybe that's even a more important lesson, because you can see the destruction, like you said, the downfall of a guy's empire within, 6 months or whatever it took.
I'm not like, what I would say it most affected me is like, it scared me to get married. It really did. Like to this day, I'm like, I don't want to get married. I just don't. And like, I'll be with a person, live with a person and stuff, and love them and everything, but like, I've just seen that's always ends up being, that's just, and then I agree. I believe that since that point, and then meeting, I met, what's his name? Oh my God, Aaron Clary. I found Aaron Clary through all like his Bachelor Pad economic books and all that stuff. And then I found you, and that's how I found.
I'm gonna try to get Aaron in here. On Tuesday. I want you to come too.
Yeah, so, we need to do a stream. I fucking me and him have this horrible thing of like talking in different time zones. I told him one time, and he thinks like I'm in Vegas, and he's like, I thought you said Miami time or East Coast time, and then we keep missing each other. But no, shout out to Aaron Clary. That's the reason I'm in the red pill. But all these things eventually, then as soon as I get into the red pill, you guys are just confirming all these things that I've seen that I couldn't really put into words of like what I was witnessing. And then I was like, oh my God. And it doesn't mean you can't still have love, and everyone's felt like, well, hopefully, but you felt love and stuff like that, but you still see the other side of women's nature and stuff like that, of like how they can love you 1 minute. Like, I've got some family members where these are guys who that were providers, good men. When I say a good man, hardworking man, never abandoned their children. They're working fucking hard. They're fucking dealing with arthritis, and they have a couple 6 months where they don't have work. And I see all the fucking problems with their fucking wives. Like, family.
Yeah,
these are
when
family.
time goes hard. Yeah.
And when time goes hard, and then like never like, beautiful relationship. And then as soon as the hard times come, yap, like all like, and you're just like, where did this come from? You're like one of the best women I know. Like, dude, my uncles, like our people are the best. That's so
well. And then I think it's interesting is like whenever I get into these lock horns with these idiots who are like about divorce rates and marriage rates and stuff. Like I was just mentioning earlier on today's show about I just saw Matt Walsh and James Sexton. We're doing a talk on marriage and divorce, because Jim's a divorce attorney, and he's still very Sexton is still he's very idealistic and very optimistic about like marriage. Like he still believes in the institution of marriage. It's just that the way we do it now is just it's a racket, and he's involved in a racket. And he was saying, I would love to be put out of business, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, so I'm not too worried about it. But the idea of marriage as a sort of a formalization of monogamy, I think I've been married for 27 and a half years, over 27 and a half years now. And I don't see myself divorcing my wife anytime soon, or vice versa. And, I've been through some pretty heavy shit with my wife before, where we have had some down times and we have some up times and stuff. And so we have 27 and a half years, actually more than that, like 20, almost 29 years of his shared history together. That's more than like only my brother and I have like a longer shared history.
That's almost my entire life.
Yeah. And so when people say, start talking about like, I think it's funny. It's like now, because I have a long marriage, I kind of confound a lot of the trad cons these days, because well, you're Rollo Tomassi, you're red pill, you can't be married, blah blah blah. And then also I can remember a time where it's like people would run me up the flagpole for being married, and you're out of touch because you haven't been in the game in a long time. Fuck you. I'm Andrew Tate. I'm gonna go and fuck chicks, and you don't, you're illegitimate. Well, now Andrew Tate wants to be a family man, and he's got a kids, a secret children, and now suddenly my receipts are his receipts, right? Yeah. And so it comes and it goes, and that validation. But the thing is like when guys hit hard times, or when a woman makes more money than her husband, or a guy loses his job, that is a precipitator of divorce.
Yes.
And there's a reason for that, because it's based on the lifestyle. Women don't want to take a lifestyle hit. And if they think they're going to, and it gets bad enough, they're going to leave, because they want to maintain the security of the lifestyle that they have. Right. So I keep telling people this. I said, women don't marry a man, at least initially. They don't marry a man. They marry a lifestyle, or they want to marry into a lifestyle. And then once they get that lifestyle, and it, like the chick from Whole Foods or whatever, and suddenly she gets accustomed to that lifestyle, and now she wants more.
Yeah.
And then when it looks like she can't maintain that lifestyle, or they might take a hit in their a reduction in that lifestyle, that's when you'll know if a woman's ride or die with you. If she's willing to endure the bad times as well as the good times, or she gets that itchy eye twitch whenever your crypto goes from 20,000 down to 8,000, right? It's when you see hits like that, women are looking for stability. They're looking for security, because they're the vulnerable sex. They're the ones that well, you're making the money and you're paying the bills, and now you can't do that. Well, I might have to jump ship, and that's an unfortunate but realistic assessment of monogamy. And especially in an age where women have more opportunities and they have more, we're in a global sexual marketplace, and it looks like not only could they fuck the guy who's their tennis pro or their horse coach, they could get flew out to Miami for a yacht party by Drake.
I will say that the two people who really put it together on that whole Instagram thing, obviously Tate was one of the first ones saying you're not going to find that fucking sweet little girl in the village in Romania anymore, because she's either in the UK or she has
a cell phone. She's part of the global sexual marketplace,
right? And then it was really Michael Sartain who put the bow on it at the end of the day, of this is the it's the Instagram is it's literally your calling card. It is how people see you on the planet. And there's a lot of people even me for a long time, I hate social media. I still do to this day, but
I use it because I have to.
I used to not just use it, but I have to. I've grown now accustomed to it, and I'm I like it. It's cool, but it's just this whole thing where why am I? And then that could also be the whole thing too of growing out of the shell and stop being such a beta bitch. Is why am I trying to hide away from the world? Anyway,
right.
Go out and adventure.
Maybe I could, because we're getting a little we're past time, but no, I was gonna say is I remember people ask me sometimes about how I wrote the first book, right? Or how did I become an author? And I said, or they want advice or something, how they want to be an author too, right? I said the first thing you have to do is you have to get past yourself. You have to get over yourself, because that was my biggest hindrance to being an author at the time. When I was on the SOSOB forums, people wanted to hear what I had to say, but that was a forum, right? And we're just having these back and forth conversations. I was really reluctant to even start a blog, because I didn't want to get away from having the one-on-one conversations instead of just me being the one to direct the whole essay. It's all about me, I'm telling you. And I really had to get over that. Right? Are people actually going to want to read my blog? Because it seemed very self-serving at that time.
Yeah.
Whereas in the forums, I could have this conversation and this back and forth. So it was more like a conversation amongst equals or peers, as it was me just telling people in the world what I thought about things. And once I got past that, then I had to get past the fact that do people really want to read a book? Do they really do I have really something to say? It's almost like imposter syndrome.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you have to get over yourself, and you have to be conceited enough. And that's the only word I can think of. You have to be conceited enough to think that somebody out there might want to read what you have to say. And you have to be full of yourself, and you have to have mental point of origin, which I get into all the time. You have to be self-centered or self-important enough to believe that somebody might actually want to read what you have to say. And once I got past that and I discovered people actually did, then I'm like, fuck. Now, I'm going to write 4 more books.
Yeah.
Right. Because I had thought when I was writing the first book that would be the only book I'd ever write. That's why the type's so fucking small.
Right. The original.
As much as I possibly, because I thought, well, if it flops, at least I'll have everything in there that I wanted to. Right. And then it becomes the Bible of the Manosphere. Right. And so then I realized people actually do want to hear what I have to say. So that made things way easier when I got into live speaking and I started doing the show with Pat Campbell. And then I've done Dr. Phil, I did Tim Pool, I've done all the shit that I've been doing this right now.
Yeah.
And it's just getting over yourself. And I don't know what else to call it, but you have to be conceited. You have to say, I'm important enough that I think you might want to listen to what I have to say. That's hard. Yeah. That's the hardest, especially if you're I'm not a naturally extroverted guy. I know it seemed like I'm wearing a fucking sombrero, right? but I'm my hobbies and the things that I like to do are very sort of solitary or singular, right? Besides it, but you think about you say, well, you play on stage, you play in bands and stuff that's the extroverted part of it. But there's so many more sort of insular parts to being a musician. You got to learn your instrument. You got to learn all this stuff that goes along with it, recording techniques. You got to deal with other people.
And I bet you that was even a battle for you to get on stage at some point.
At some point I was, I was good with acting because I've done stage acting for very long time. Never any commercials or movie acting, but I've done Shakespearean theater for a long time.
wow.
I've done improv. I've done other things as well, but it's all like live on stage, which I think is much harder than doing like acting like on movies, because if you fuck up right there live, you fucked up and you move on to the next scene kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it was a natural fit from that, going from one live stage to another live stage. But like right now, like when people ask me, they said, "Were you nervous when you did Dr. Phil?" I'm like, there's only 300 people in the audience.
Right.
Like I got more people right now in watching the show than I did in that room. Right. And if I fuck up, guess what? That'll be the first clip that anybody puts up on there. Hey, reaction video, Rollo fucked up, you know. And I know that, so that's why it's sort of it's like it's doing it live and being ready to take one on the chin live instead of like being able to be in control of it. So, all right, let's. I'm gonna. Do you want to give a quick plug for crypto?
Yeah, use Rollo Tomassi's link.
Please,
for
it's
Crypto
right
Mindset
there.
Quarter 2 is out right now. Our classes will start on May 10th at 10 Eastern AM and PM and stuff like that. These are it's going to be a month-long course. We're going to teach you basically from A to Z, from zero to hero, how to actually use crypto without getting rugged, accidentally losing your coins, your keys. We're going to show you actually how to operate in the space, make money. There's still time. We're still early right now, but I really wouldn't want to wait right now, because what's going to happen is by the time that you get interested again in crypto, it's going to be when Bitcoin's above $100,000 and everyone and their mom is talking about it, every cab driver. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times we've been with Fresh and Myron and stuff like that, and I'm talking to the cab driver or the Uber driver, or we're talking to some of the OF Fresh and Fit girls or whatever that are on, or we're talking to some of the bartenders and stuff. They all have these little dumb meme coins and stuff that people were talking to them at the end there. Everyone's talking about Shiba Inu and Doge and stuff like this. That's what happens when all those people are talking about it. That's when you end up deciding to fuck it, let me jump in, and then you're going to lose your money. Like right now, you're investing. You wait another year, you are gambling.
Yeah.
/ you're going to lose your money and stuff like that. So right now, there's a lot of money to be made. I mean, we made a lot of money over the last.
I
just
showed you.
Yeah, we made a lot of money in the last bit of months and stuff like that. But I mean, just to tell you this, like we were on FNF, or we're here with Rollo. We always do the course at a time when the prices are down. So at the very least, if you don't buy the course, you're buying some crypto now, and you make some fucking money. And like the last time we were on your what's called on your show, Bitcoin was $22,000 lower.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you,
what's it at right now?
It's at 63,000, 64,000, and 3-4 weeks ago it was at 74,000. So if me and Charlie, Charlie's my business partner, the one we do the stuff with, if we were like trying to be greedy and we're just like trying to get you guys all in and stuff, we would be trying to sell you the course at $74,000 and stuff. No, we wait until after, like, all right, it's come down now. Now it's kind of like, okay, now it's resetting. Boom, we get you guys in. And then at the fucking chance that you don't even get in at all, we at least get you guys to get whatever you're buying at great prices. So when the next time we're around, you're like, oh, dude, I'm up 50% minimum. We've been doing this for a long time. We're the longest running cryptocurrency course on the planet. Yeah. We've onboarded 16,000 people from crypto. And I'm very happy to say most of the people from the red pill.
Yeah.
Thank God. And, and that's one of the other missions that we've done is that we really want to make sure to if we're going to like give this life-changing money to people, we want to be red pill people. Sure. People from the red pill, people that follow Rollo and everyone else and stuff like that. And Fresh and Fit and entrepreneurs in cars, like everyone that Donovan Sharp and everyone that we've worked with in the past and still are working with, we want to make sure their followers are in a financial place where they can change their lives, they can have a family if they want to. But I've always had this, and me and Charlie have always had this in the back of our head, is that the red pill is basically choose your own adventure. We're going to show you what the world is, but now we're going to allow you to live your life. And then we don't discriminate against anybody and stuff. If you want to take the money and go fuck 50 chicks, hell yeah. If you want to take the money, you want to take the money and go marry your high school sweetheart, go have 4 or 5 kids and shit. Beautiful. You want to have, 3 wives, live your life. But we want to help put you in a position where you have the money and resources to do what you want with your life. And that's what we're trying to do. So.
Yep. And when does it start?
It starts May 10th. You guys can get in right now. We're leaving it open for you for the next 4 or 5 days and stuff. So yeah, we'll be on tomorrow and do like a dedicated show about everything.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It was just Cinco de Mayo, and I had to get,
I mean,
get my ethnic in.
He had to meet his quota.
Yeah, he's like,
Yes,
hey, Mexican, would you like to be on the stream?
Yes, I will.
Si, senor.
Si, senor.
All right. Let's see. So I will be in Miami. No Access Vegas this Thursday because Mike is in New York doing some the rounds at some shows and conventions and stuff like that. And then following week I will be in Miami. That will be the 14th through the 19th. I'm trying to drag your happy ass out there.
Yeah, I'm trying. Where I just talked.
I still have 3 slots left on the chartered fishing boat, so there's one for you if you want to be on there. And that'll be my redneck yacht party, which is Friday. That'll be my charter fishing boat. That's my redneck yacht. Rollo's redneck rock party.
When are we doing the Cancun party? When are we doing the hot guy at the phone party?
Yeah, if we could get it. Well, there's actually phone parties in Las Vegas.
What?
Yeah,
really?
there are, yeah.
Okay.
In the summertime.
What Republic? I'm guessing.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah. You know what's funny is that whenever I find out where the next foam cannon party is, I am going to it, and I'm going to do live streams from it, just for shits and giggles.
All right. I'll tell you a little secret. Me and Charlie have, because we do an event here in Las Vegas every year. It's usually like 300 to 400 people that show up, and we've thought about doing a Cancun party and just calling it like a hot cannon phone party or something.
Hot guy in the phone cannon party. Yeah, that's funny. That's the way it should be.
I know.
Yeah.
I would kidnap you to go. I mean,
you
wouldn't
have to. I would do it anyways. Man. Yeah. So let's see. So I will be in Miami the 14th through the 19th. We're going to be doing Fresh and Fit. What is it? That Thursday would be the 16th. 16th. That'll Mike and I will be on Adam Sosnick's show. We'll be on Saucecast on that Thursday. We're trying to work out a date with Danza Project while we're out there as well, because they're in Fort Lauderdale. We like them a lot, and we're hoping to get something going back. His name is Miguel too,
of course.
And he is not my ethnic. You're my ethnic.
There you go.
So and then whatever else we have going on out there at that time. But the whole reason we're going is actually the white party that is going to be the Babes in Toyland white party. It is at the SLS in Miami, and it is probably the premier event for Babes in Toyland. It's the one that all the girls want to go to. It's in Miami, right? It is hot as fuck there too. So
which was because I missed that one event by like a day or something. Like we went to, you were at another event as well, but I think it was Babes in Toyland. Probably
Babes in Toyland.
Babes in Toyland.
So but the white party is always a good time. It's always a lot of fun, and it's probably the most people and the most women of any of those events will be there. So if you want to go to that, you can actually, if you happen to be in Miami, or if you want to fly out for it, that is on the 18th. That's the Saturday. And it's also for animal rescue, so it is a charity event. And it's just, if you definitely, I'm just gonna say you want to go, trust me, to this one. This has always been my favorite event. And then you got to wear white. So I'm actually I've got some new outfits. I'm gonna see if it's not gonna be a poncho or anything like this, but it's last year I wore a white sports jacket out there, and it's like it's 9 o'clock at night.
Oh,
and
yes,
it was 90 degrees. Yes, it is humid and it is hot all the time. So I'm gonna leave the coat at home for this one.
I made the mistake of wearing a 3-piece suit. I fucking regretted it, dude.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah, you'd be sweating bullets the whole time you're out there. But so that's coming up on May 18th, and then the 23rd we're back in the studio again, and we're doing a thing. And then we're also looking into getting a new studio.
Yeah, we're looking into expanding this.
My business partner.
Yes, definitely right. A lot of things coming.
He's my ethnic. I'm his white guy. So yeah.
I needed someone to sign the financial documents.
Yes.
Here.
Let's have a barbecue.
Let's have a barbecue. No, but we're expanding out. It's just because we just keep we're going to be bringing on some other shows, and we're doing bigger and bigger shows and stuff like that. So we're probably going to triple up.
It'll still be in this building. We're just going to get it a different,
a much larger space. Yeah. So we're
looking at expanding the Red One studio to a different apartment.
Yep.
But so we'll be doing that, and so we got a lot of new upcoming stuff. We're gonna be doing interviews. I'm hoping to if we get a 2-bedroom, I want to turn one of those into like like a couch room or something.
I'm kind of
like
looking
that.
I'm looking at the 3, maybe.
The 3, maybe.
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah. Just gonna.
I was just thinking we have one like where we could do casual interviews. And stuff, where it's
Yeah.
like where you're sitting down on a couch and just
sort of like
shooting the shit.
yeah.
So it's not like this is like a newsroom in here. I'm thinking like something that's a little more casual. And the great thing about this place is like we can always go do interviews down by the pool.
Correct.
Like there's other places to do it. So we've got a really good spot here. That should be coming up very soon as well. So
and the neighbors are awesome because I'd be yelling craziness in the middle of the night.
Yeah, yeah. And then Jabrizi's not too far from here. He's in another. Is he on this floor? I think
Yeah, Jabriz is somewhere in the
Jabriz
building.
on this floor too.
Yeah, he is the mystical black wizard.
Yes, he's the magic. He's the magic black. He's our other ethnic.
He steals your white women and puts
Yeah, he most definitely steals your white women. That's for sure.
God,
all right, guys.
yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back on probably Tuesday.
Yeah.
This
Links
week.
below. Links below.
Yeah,
We'll
links
see you
below.
tomorrow.
But yeah, please, if you want to join, the links are there. Also, Rational Male available on Amazon. Also, that link's there. And Men of Action, Mike Sartain's group, the only group that I endorse. Also, if you want to join, that's the 3rd link down. Those are the 3 links that I put on there. So check those out, and I'll see you guys later.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let it go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have the best time of my life. The best time of my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall. Why don't got your hair? Why you screaming my name? She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and sleeping with her hair like she's calling you Kelly. So baby, come ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Ride me